Beware I live, and other things which may be added to that context. I'm not sure where that came from, but when do I ever? Hello to whoever may be receiving this message. Hello, Vern. And hello to my own typical lack of preparedness, as I try to figure out which buttons I want to press first to get this started. Let me see. Which of these tabs can be the sacrificial one? This one here. Beware I live, Sinister. That may have been a partial invocation, yes. Hello, Akira. Perhaps an invocation to that, but also a partial invocation just to the fact that I am very bad at coming up with stuff to say on the fly, so... It's probably become very evident from any kind of continued assistance to... not assistance, attendance, that's how you say that in English, to these streams. But hey, what are you gonna do? I know what I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna very quickly make that video that I just loaded up on this page not play, because I need to... Well, first of all, go ahead and switch over to this screen, which should... What the fuck? Okay, I thought that thing was connected. Apparently it wasn't, or apparently, is it connected? Oh, hold on a moment. Nope, apparently it's not really having any luck displaying the chat messages that it should. I wonder why that is. So I'm gonna try restarting this. And before it got some kind of weird update or change to the API or something along those lines and the whole thing broke, like literally. From one week to the next. Wouldn't that be a stinker, but I would hope that it's not the case. Okay, let me try this one more time. Okay, that time it works. I don't know what changed, but... Alright, at least it is actually cooperating at this time. But anyway, now that wonderful little detail has been dealt with as well. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and jump straight into the usual thing that I do at the beginning of these streams, which is guessing some video game music. Which probably will not include, because it is not yet in submissions, but probably will be at some point, this album, which I just kind of arbitrarily chose to play for the stream today, because I couldn't figure out a better configuration, but anyway. If I plug in the Chase VGM playlist with submissions, and you know, speaking of that, to the randomizer thingy, there are, as usual, a good chunk of stuff that shows up near the top, which I'm pretty much a spoil to immediately, so I will play through those quickly and realize that some of these are actually really loud, like the Parappa Cheap Like Cooking Chicken Wrap, Castlevania Heart of Fire, which is probably the most popular track from this game to actually show up in the Chase, maybe. Rainbow Cliffs from the Tasmanian Tiger. I should probably say something about the fact that I pretty much know all of these so far. I'm like quickly eyeballing this list. This Mario 64, Lethal Lava Land, and Shifting Sandland at least. This one I feel like I have listened to, but I probably wouldn't remember. This is Theme of Doctor Strange from Marble 3. I don't know if it would be in regular Marble 3 or only in Ultimate. We also have Lifeform, the Bariogenesis from Dust Force. Lifeform is the artist, I think. That's not really part of the title or anything. Multi-Molten Galaxy from Mario Galaxy 1. Tim 1, which I think is Rainbow Islands from Lemmings. The Overworld theme from Mario 2. Light version 1 from Grandia 2, which again for the longest time I thought that was on PS1, but apparently that's Grandia 1. Well, I can play this for more than 2 seconds, and Banjo-Kazooie Mr. Wild's game, and finally one that I actually am kind of glad to get out of the way, which is Barrier Ball from Pokemon Stadium 2, because I would not have known this one, but this one's probably inoffensive enough that I can actually use it to make these things visible and just kind of half set things up here for a bit. Probably also get this other thing and another window ready, so I don't have to rush that later. Do this, hopefully it'll work. it does. Okay. Come on. There we go. Oh dear. After that couple of extra clicks that I just carried out, this is actually kind of a... Oh, this is a 7-minute version, that's why. It's like... It strikes me as a very short loop, so I was kind of wondering how long it had been playing for, but it's actually only just hit 1 minute, so... It just feels a lot longer because the loop is so short anyway. But yeah, I'm gonna be playing 5 tracks from this, and they may be guessed by whomever receives this message as usual. Whatever that may imply, and... Let me do something real quick before I start this, just so I can say that I have this out of the way. Here. And here. And okay. The each track will play for about a minute before I reveal what it is, and probably have something unremarkable to say about it, but anyway, let's, without further ado, get right into this right now with track number 1. It's something that, okay, something that I'm pretty sure I did identify straight away, but I'm pretty sure that this particular entry of something that lies within the change database is a little confusing for a couple of reasons, but it's also the fact that this track, I think, if it is what I think, usually just makes me think of something completely different when I first hear it. Actually, just thinking about this makes me want to look up some stuff regarding the game that this should be playing off of. Yeah, this. Is there a separate page for this? There is. I think I've never heard this far into it either, but yeah, this is the 1 minute mark, so let's see. I believe this is the PS2 version of Golden Axe, which I guess exists, and this is the Death Adder theme, and this is indeed correct, yes. Golden Axe PS2 Death Adder, which I'm pretty sure I only heard before this even played on the Chase, I only heard of Golden Axe as like an arcade thing, but apparently there's a version on PS2 which, I don't know, maybe it's part of some collection of something, or I don't know what's up with it, but I guess this must be playing over by PS2. And I was actually trying to figure out more information about this, but I don't know. It's not easy to skim the Wikipedia page for that. Golden Axe PS2, what is this about? Sega Ages 2500. Is that it? Volume 5. Japan PS2 ISO. Okay. But also, hold on. This is about to end. It's only about a couple minutes 16, so now it's about to end. PS2 version is a unique game. Yeah, and bringing a bit more into it. Okay, next track anyhow. I'm pretty sure I know the game for this one, but I'm afraid I can't name the track right now. Let me see. There's a strategy wiki page about versions of Golden Axe, and apparently there is one that came out as part of the Sega Genesis collection. No, never mind, that's a separate one. There's apparently something called Sega Ages 2500 Series Volume 5 Golden Axe, and I guess that must be what plays in the Chase, but I don't know what kind of release it really was. I guess it must have been a Japan-only release. Failed remake, not a real Golden Axe game. Oh, that's a review title. Apparently the reviewer did not like the game, but alright. This does seem to be one of those releases for which information is scanned, but also, yes, it's been a minute, so it's... I did figure it was Pilot Wayne 64, but I did not recognize this track, which is apparently a replay. Or, I don't know if it's the same as Results, or if that would technically be a separate thing. Because because my entire experience with Pilot Wing so far is playing like, I don't know, 30 minutes of it on the Switch Online NES or Super NES thing, and then didn't really look farther into it than that, but I do like the music for 64, from the 64 game enough that I probably want to look into it at some point, but yeah. Actually kind of stalling at this point unintentionally, so let's just go ahead and move right along. Whoops. I say whoops as if I actually... like if it actually was my fault that the volume difference there was the way it was, but... okay, I think I have game on track for this one. And if I do, then it would be another game, which I'm pretty sure I've only listened to thanks to the chase, because this is a game in its series, if I am right, that I never actually touched. Even though I was probably interested in it back when it was newish, but I just never got to do it. Replace indifference is the same song regardless, yeah. Just not sure in the context for that. But I can believe that. Well, there's no specific Wikipedia page for this version of Golden Axe, by the way, but there's apparently one for Sega Ages. It's ports, remix, and compilations. I guess they must have at least made new versions of the music for that one, but yeah. I believe this is Double Dash, and it's like Sherbet Land or something, and I am correct. And so is Akadar, yes. And I accidentally reset the timer, but that's okay. I'm sure that I had already seen that it was past the 1 minute marks. So speaking of minutes and marks, I should probably go ahead and keep this moving right along here. Let's see. This was the middle one. Yes, it was. I got two more starting with this one, which is... oh boy. Hopefully this doesn't... okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure I know which one this is. Pretty much gotta wait until the actual melody drops. Maybe you can tell with at least one of these, like, right before it drops. Thanks to the, like, 8-bit percussion that they added to it, which I think is only one version of these, well, one of these tracks, which all sound very similar. But I think at least for a couple of them you do have to wait until it goes into the main part of it. It's just a safe strategy, I guess. It only takes a couple of seconds. But yeah, out of all these games that this could conceivably be, I'm pretty sure this is the only one that I actually took the time to complete legitimately. Final Fantasy 2 Battle 1, yep, I'm pretty sure that's what this is. And I do remember this because I do remember like certain parts of it being kind of rhythmic. Like, I think this one, that's about to start right here. Being kind of rhythmic to like going back and forth between the attacks of like your 4 party members. And that weird thing that you have to do in this game to improve your stats, which is just like hurt yourself on purpose, but okay, this is about to play out in like 8 more seconds, so yeah. F2 Battle 1. Then we got one more, it's going to start immediately. Which, ooh, okay. I think I know the game for this, but if I do... okay, this can be one of 2 games, I'm actually not too sure anymore, but... if this is the first game that I suspected that this was, then I don't think this has actually played in the... okay, no, never mind. The feeling this is... I was completely on the wrong track, I wonder why. Diddy Kong Racing Lobby? Yeah, that's not what I was thinking of at all. I was thinking of like one of the menus from one of the WarioWare games, which... like, I was so convinced that that's what this was, but I'm not so sure anymore. And I was gonna say, if it is from like WarioWare Smooth, not Smooth Moves, I don't even think that's in the chase. Mega Party games, that's what I was thinking of. If it was from that, it would pretty much be the only track that's ever been boosted in that isn't just like the one track that was in from when it got in. Which was the only track unique to that version, I think, so... might have been a minute, so let me see. Yep, this is Lobby Theme Tune from Diddy Kong Racing. And I would say I probably want to find out the... you know what, I think I'll actually come back to this, or... no, you can probably find this out in like 2 seconds, 2 minutes. it's gonna take for the daily quest to start, which has kind of got me worried. But let me just see what the 6th track would be after this, just to see what it is. As usual, this is who. One of the. I wonder how big the Ikaruga OST actually is, because I pretty much only know like chapter 1, 2, 3, and 4, and that's it. But this is Ikaruga, boss 1, Butsutekai. Apparently. That's the old bonus track, but. I guess it kind of sounds like it could maybe be described as one of the stage tracks sped up, but what I'm a little bit more interested in right now is... Goodness, going back to this for a second, I'm being like, I don't know, are you aware? It's probably what I was thinking of. Warrior Smooth Moves, OST, which, yeah, that's not even in the chase, this particular WarioWare game, I don't think, but... Pretty sure the, like, map theme from this WarioWare game is something that sounds a lot like this, to the point where it reminded me of it. Yeah, it's maybe not super similar, but that definitely had me thinking of this. Maybe I was thinking of something from one of the actual earlier games that was on a handheld, but I don't know. But anyhow, with that having been established, let me quickly fade this out. Hold on a second. Pretty much just wanted to demonstrate that and take this off because that part is completed, and well, not this. There we go. Turn up the volume on this here VGM quiz tab, which makes it for me to very quickly and very haphazardly probably switch over to here. So that we can do the daily quiz in probably just a second, probably right after this. I wonder what game this could be. I sure don't recognize it, you know, in before it's a Wild Arms game. It's because that one part of it vaguely sounds like whistling, and also gotta change the appearance. It is Wild Arms 3, wouldn't you know it? Wasn't even paying attention when that popped up, but there we go. Go ahead and switch over the configuration of this thing so you can actually see what's going on this screen. A bit of a clunky way to have it, but whatever. It works. That's pretty much it. It just works. Oh, here we go. Time for some clackety-clacky stuff. Maybe even turn up the volume of this a little bit. I think it was a little bit quiet when I was doing like Chrono Trigger stuff, so I'll try to turn it up a bit more, but probably not too much of it's going into the yellow. That's probably fine.
From which band was the composer of Spyro the Dragon?
I wonder if anyone else is gonna know this one, because I thought this was apparently not without hits. I thought that was reasonably common knowledge, but I guess not. But yep, it's Stuart Copeland, and I actually didn't even know that myself, but apparently he was the drummer for the Police.
What is the name of the mini-game that was censored at the release of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas?
That one I am surprised that nobody jumped on as quickly as I did. This is... If the last one wasn't Vox Populi, this one should definitely be. There we go. No hints used this round. That should be a testament of sorts, you might say. I mean, so not so much censored as taken out completely. Well, not taken out, just like okay. Memory card. Isn't it more like the controller has an LCD screen that has its own thing? I don't know. I never actually saw a Dreamcast IRL, so let alone use one, so I don't really know what the details of it would be, but I need to turn this up all the way, I think.
What is the name of this character?
I wonder if they ask you for the last name as well, because if so, then I'm glad that I wrote it like that. Do they take only Heather? They do, so what you're telling me is I should have written that instead. Wasn't used for much. Like the LCD thing on the controller or on the memory card.
What is the sequel to Battle Gorega?
I don't know. Battle Garo? I don't know. The 2Ds. Gareged. Battle Black Raid. Nope. I don't even know what Battle Gorega is, but I feel like I've heard that name. Certainly not something I've touched, though. But I can say that about so many of these.
What is the name of the antagonist in Quake?
Fuck, no? Okay. Maybe I should actually play Quake and actually play through the whole game at some point. It's a Deo game, that would probably explain why I don't know it. Can't believe that nobody will ever...
Where does this image come from?
Yeah, I was at least able to. I didn't remember from the picture, but just from the general look of the text box. But yeah, I can't believe that nobody will ever know that I said that because of the nature of this thing. But yeah, I sure do wonder if that's gonna appear in the remake, the Waggle calibration.
What controversial series is developed by Running with Scissors?
Shit. Fuck. Yeah, there we go. Like, it's not a painkiller, that's People Can Fly. Well, at least the first game was People Can Fly, then they just handed it off to other people and it just kind of became shit, but... Took me a second to remember that one.
In which game do we find the characters Heat, Frida, Strike,
I don't know.
Shorty, or Gasso?
There we go. Another chase game that I've never touched, and I don't really know what it's about or what the music would sound like, but perhaps that will change one day. Would have been quite serendipitous if I had somehow managed to play that before today, but no, that was not to be.
From which console does this image come from?
Georgie, thanks for just telling me the answer hints. Those are the best kinds of hints. What the fuck is this game, though? Apprentice Vision Factory is the Apprentice name of the game? I don't know. It's a rhythm game, Busta Groove, yeah. Kind of figure that it would be based on what little I've seen of it, but...
What continent is the region of Skyrim in?
It's not the entire world of Elder Scrolls, though. But that it was just that and not continent, but I don't know. Because I don't know enough about Elder Scrolls still. But yeah. I mean, I've seen the cover of Busta Groove enough to figure that it's probably a rhythm game, but I don't think I've ever seen any actual gameplay.
What was the original name for the Nintendo 64?
Oh, that's for the GameCube. Fuck. Actually should know this. Or should know this. God damn it. Ultra 64? Well, too late. Pretty sure that, yeah, that the GameCube was called a Dolphin, and then the Wii was called a Next or something, but
From
you
which
know
game
that one.
does this image come from?
Some Tomb Raider game? Okay, I thought that this would kind of be maybe from something that I recognize, but that was not to be at all, it seems.
In what Sonic 3 zone can
Fuck.
you hear a remix of the track Hard Times by the Jetsons?
I was never gonna know that by myself. But I've heard the Ice Cap Zone music, but fuck if I know anything about these details. I mean, I probably didn't or wouldn't necessarily realize it anyway, just from very cursorily playing through the Sonic games.
Does a ghost invite us to gamble in a snail race?
Yeah. Is he really a ghost, though? That was probably the most interesting Undertale character as far as I was concerned, and it was just kind of there.
From which game does this image come from?
Yeah, that's it. I was like, this looks like the kind of game that I should recognize, some kind of point and click thing, and yeah, for sure it is. Never gotten around to playing this yet, though. I don't think I actually have access to it in any platform at this time. I would have to, well, I would have to open something else to check, but I don't think I do right now. But you know...
What parodic soda can be found in the Fallout series?
That's 100% Vox Populi. I've only played Fallout 1 for like an hour. I did not get very far into it. But yeah, I would look into the thing, but I mean, does it show up on the actual start menu list? Play night, are you here? No, you are not, so rip. Can't open it right now without just putting everything out of order, so I'm not gonna do it right now.
What is the name of Samurai Goro's favorite ship in the F-Zero series?
I don't know. Stillers, I don't know. Stilkers, no. Actually, I had no idea there. Fire Stingray, yeah. Also, hey, Red Bear. Man.
What is the name of this character?
Yeah. It's clearly Yoko Taro. Yoko Taro from that very acclaimed game that I think is just kind of okay, and, well, a couple of games that I think are just kind of okay. One of which I have never played, so I can't actually comment on so far, but the music is just kind of okay. Except for like one track that I've heard from
Which
Replicant.
of the following beam does not exist in Metroid Prime 1?
That's a good question. This one is there. Wave beam is there too, yeah. They're all like classic Metroid beams. Well, classic Metroid beams, half of which were like introduced in Metroid 2, well, except for, I think the wave beam and the ice beam were there since Metroid 1, but then something, I think just the spacer beam was introduced in Metroid 2.
How many limit breaks are there in Final Fantasy VII?
I have a, oh god. I have unlimited guesses, so... crap. $55, what? Are we talking about the same thing? Or am I talking about like, oh, like different characters have a number of, yeah, that's probably it. I just forgot about that.
Which game does this image come from?
I don't know. I don't think it's Deus Ex or anything like that. Okay. I thought that this was popular or something, but I mean, I never touched it. Each character has like 8, yeah, I forgot about that. I thought it was just like 1 or 2 or 3 at the most per character, but even then it would be like 20 something.
What kind of environment is the first level of Metal Slug 3?
I don't know. Ship, desert. What is it? I'd like to imagine that I made a good attempt there at least.
What is the name of Megabyte's two main henchmen in the game reboot?
That was a game? Oh my god, okay. I thought that was a animated series and that was it. Did they actually make that into a game, or was it vice versa? Is there some kind of hidden lore there that I know about? Because I remember what they even looked like, but I wasn't gonna be able to tell you those names. I remember Hexadecimal, that was like the other big villain in that show, but I wasn't gonna be able to tell you those guys' names.
From which game does this image come from?
There we go. I'm pretty sure there's at least a couple people in that may be in chat right now, lurking a bit, who know exactly why I got that so quickly.
What first-person puzzle game is based on non-Euclidean geometry mechanics?
What? Sounds like it could... chamber? Yeah, it kind of sounds like it could be referring to multiple examples, though, depending on where you look. Maybe I should actually try Antichamber again sometime. I have owned that for a long time, but I think I only played it once for like 10 minutes.
Which character is able to either jump or fly with his katana in Soul Calibur?
But I don't know any characters from Soul Calibur, so... Isn't that a Tekken character, or is that... there just so happen to be a Soul Calibur character that has exactly the same name? I wonder. Is in both games... Is it the same character in both games? Is it a crossover?
What is the name of this character?
Okay, I'm surprised they knew that, because I pretty much mostly only know shit from Gen 1. Probably saw this in Pokemon Picross or some shit. It's like my main source of information for anything that is in Gen 1 at this point. Still have never touched a Pokemon game that came out after like, I don't know, probably the newest one that I touched at all was Colosseum, but I played that for like 20 minutes.
Has had two games on NES and Super Nintendo.
Pink Cartoon Alien, what? What am I trying to name here? Widget. Who is Widget? That name does not ring a bell at all. And yeah, sure, Kirby. That's technically the truth, I guess.
What is the only game to have scored a 99 on Metacritic?
Fuck, I don't know. I don't have, no idea, really. And I'm out of hints for this one, so... There's a cartoon about an environmentally friendly alien. No kidding. Legend of Zelda, I guess it must have been. Oh, hey, look, I got the very rare number 1 position on this quiz. Oh, hey, speaking of Zelda. Let me just do a few things before I switch off of this. And yeah, probably quickly enough that I can actually just let a couple of songs play out here. God damn it, where's this thing? There we go. Just leave that open in the background. Wow, I can't believe that I set a new record on this track for this room, at least. Pretty sure that's how the records are calculated. Surely can't be Dune. Oh my god, what? Apparently Dune 2 has songs that sounds like this. That sound like this. I know how to conjugate things. Oh dear. I think this is actually a pretty good thing to fade out this window on. Just gonna let that play out by itself and then just close that. I never heard about this widget character. It was like a Captain Planet message type alien. So am I remembering to actually close this? No, I'm not, but now I am. There we go. And let this play for a little bit longer. Widget TV series was an animated cartoon series created by Voltron creator Peter Keefe, director and produced, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I'm looking at pictures of this and I'm pretty sure I've never seen this. And I'm only mildly surprised by that. Maybe I did see this at some point, but I just completely forgot about it. I'm sure I've never seen the actual cartoon, at least. But yeah, there we go. One... what's it called? There's one track that sounds a lot like this, which was the Skyward Sword Linear Sensi track, to another track that sounds like this, which is actually this one. As I probably get things ready to move a few things around in preparation for moving on to the video game. But actually, before I do that, let me check this real quick. Let me open up Play Night, which for some reason has an icon on the desktop that I put on there, but doesn't show up on the programs list from the start menu. And yeah, apparently Frambo is not within my current database of stuff that I can immediately access, which is pretty beefy to be fair, but doesn't include that particular game. But yeah, that's pretty much something. I don't know if I specifically mentioned this like at the start of a stream or something, but that's something else that's kind of active now with the new kind of configuration that I'm trying, I guess, quote-unquote schedule that I'm trying out for the stream, which is a couple of things which will probably be added to the stream title as I actually add the information of the game I'm going to be playing. I think that's a command that I made for it, where you can look at a couple of big old lists of games and tell me what to play next after the one that I'm currently going through, if you have enough channel points, so you know. That's an option. What I'm going to be doing right now is doing what I just said I would, and changing up the metadata for the channel stuff. To actually show the game that I'm going to be playing, it's going to be more Famicom Detective Club today. A game which I don't think has... I think I have heard some pretty cool music in the first one so far, but probably not quite to the point where I would maybe yet consider it something that I would want to add as a potential chase mission, like with the second one. And what else am I wanting to add? Yes, sure that. And that will probably suffice there. Remember Widget being Purple played the SNES game, rented it from Blockbuster at some point. Oh yeah, that was part of the question, wasn't it? That that character had some games, but I don't believe I saw the games either. Is this playing in order, this thing? Did I forget to shuffle it? No, this is shuffled. It's just like playing a lot of songs that kind of sound very similar to each other right now for whatever reason, which I suppose shouldn't be very surprising considering that these are all from the same game and the same composer, but still, I don't know, it feels like it's not quite hitting the variety that I know exists in this too much. Oh hey, there's I turn on the switch, which will probably become visible in just a minute here. Well, a minute more like a moment if this decides to work out. There it goes. There's 3 ads on the left side, which are pretty much all have the same kind of yellow, black and white monochrome color scheme. Replay games. Actually, that might be something that I might not be completely uninterested in. And also, hold on, let me see if well, the battery for this looks fine, so it's probably fine to just leave it as is. You can add more to your library with free-to-play games. Like what? Is there anything here that I wouldn't already have, or that I would actually be interested in at all? Apparently Rocket League is free-to-play, Apex Legends is free-to-play. I thought Rocket League wasn't free-to-play, maybe just for that version. I don't know what Spellbreak is. Have I heard of any of these that I don't immediately want to dismiss? I don't know. Oh god, Dauntless. Game where it's actually really difficult to find people to play with, even with the cross-platform support. Yeah, there's a bit of a trend going on with the stuff that's listed here, I'm noticing. And I thought Jump Rope Challenge was only gonna be available for like a little while, but I guess it must still be available, so you know. You can grab that, I guess. You heard it here first, but right now... Well, not right now, but in about 5 seconds when this finishes fading out by itself, this track. Apparently not to the point where it will actually allow any seconds of silence after it's completed fading out. I don't know why some games do that, but I guess they do. What am I doing? I guess I want to have this here, and I also want to have this window open, and with these two things next to each other, I can... There we go. Organize this in just the right way. Anything else I need to do before we get things started? Probably not, so let's just go straight into it again. I think that I never actually closed this after I played this last week. Oh, but we're gonna have to now. Let me see if I start this over instead. I'm pretty sure that this is exactly where we left off. And we can confirm that by loading the data. Let's just put this right back here. Do the plots thus far? Not right now, but we probably will. It's actually pretty handy that they give you the option to do that, but I guess we're gonna have to start some updates. Let's see. I sure hope this doesn't take more than a few moments, because it would be really irritating if it did. I assume that, yeah. If it needed to update, then it probably did whatever download it needed to do. Like on quiet mode or whatever. And then all I need to do now is just restart it. Well, we can take a look at which crosscode song would play next if I click on this again. What the fuck? Okay, that played for like another 2 seconds, even though it was already all the way at the end of the time bar. Okay, here it goes. I need to actually connect this thing up again. It seems like we're doing just fine, and for some reason it shows Xenoblade 2 at the closer end of things, probably because it's the game card game. Yeah, very mellow kind of crosscode stuff today, even though this also has, this OST also has some actiony stuff. But let's start her up again. Famicom Detective Club, The Missing Heir. One game which was only made available in English when this came out, because the other one was, but not even the original version of either. Let's resume the investigation. I don't think we even had a look at the, yeah, the title screen after the very first time that you launch this thing, where it only tells you to begin the investigation. And yeah, let's review the plot, because I think I can probably remember more or less what happened, but we can do with particulars for sure. Previously on Famicom Detective Club. Oh, well, I gotta be quiet and respectful for this. Hold on.
綾代菊の調査の最中、相続関係者である菊の甥綾代寛治が殺害された。不意をついたような殺害手口から身内による犯行が有力視され、寛治の息子明が有力容疑者として指名手配となった。しかし寛治と綾代商事内で対立関係にあった弟次郎、そして寛治に借金のあった妹あずさ、それぞれにとって寛治の死は果たして悼むべきことばかりなのだろうか。
I don't know, but yeah, it just kind of seems like there's no way that it can be the son, given that just like the very clearly the red herring kind of suspect. But what were we doing? What was the last thing that we learned about from this guy? Let's see.
容疑者は寛治さんの息子である
何？そうじゃったか。そりゃ被害者が油断したはずじゃ。自分のせがれにやられるとはの。
I don't remember if we talked to this guy and he told us to go talk to somebody else, but I feel like maybe we did. I'll just get the recap in this whole thing anyway.
綾代家の顧問弁護士じゃな。一度も会ったことはないがな。
Oh yeah, we heard about Kanda the lawyer, I think, and he hasn't shown up yet.
しつこいの君も照れるじゃろうが。
And Yuri, I think, was the
ゆりさん
daughter.
のことな
Yeah,
ら原神に聞いてくれ。
I think she was the daughter of somebody. I don't know. Don't know if she was the dead person's daughter or somebody else's daughter, but she was like the actual. Supposed to be the actual main heir, but she like ran away a long time ago. I think that's it. Yeah. And the symbol that we don't know what it is, but it's apparently something that was given to her, or that she would know what it is, but she's not around to comment on that.
君が来る前にわしも検視に立ち会っとったんじゃが、見事に真正面からやられとったのはせがれのアキラが相手じゃったからか。解剖の結果を知らせてくれと一応頼んでおいたぞ。
ありがとうございます。
タバコ入れじゃと？いや、知らんの。菊さんも昔はなかなかのヘビースモーカーじゃったが、わしが注意してからはきっぱりやめておったぞ。いや、取り立てて話すことはないの。
I do get the feeling that it's more to do with what I don't take, or maybe do take. Yeah, I thought that the last thing that we were gonna have to do here is talk to him about a few of these things, but also then move on to somewhere else, because I thought that the last thing that we had done was get him to mention somebody. We can look at him directly.
明神村ただ一人の医師だ。
This doesn't really do anything. Can we remember that's like a command that we just kind of have there all the time as a tease, but there's only a small handful of times in which it's actually useful. We can take something, we can take Kumada, surely.
やめておこう。
Okay, maybe not. The phone? Oh yeah, can we,
こらこら、わしの机をごちゃごちゃいじらんでくれよ。
I think there was somebody that we were supposed to call in the office. Not the office, like this office, but in the parlor back at the mansion, but I don't remember if we ever actually managed to do that, because it was like calling the lawyer's office during the daytime.
これは取れそうにない。
But can we take the X-ray image? Do we just keep on talking to him? Let's see. Seems like he knows something about... Yeah. Oh yeah, that's it. He says, go ask Genshin about Yuri, but then we can't actually go anywhere else right now. Doesn't look that way.
親を手にかける。
Does he say anything different if we repeat all the dialogue? Would probably be a good thing to figure out. Yeah. The symbol, he doesn't know what to say. Yeah. Kanji, he did the autopsy. Was attacked from the front. And I guess that the first time that we heard that, he said something different, but we already registered that. And yeah. Apparently I don't remember what the tobacco case relevance was, but apparently the old woman that died didn't actually smoke at the time. She stopped after a certain point. I don't know, shall we look at something? Because I guess we pretty much already got everything that we could have from the...
覗き見は感心せんぞ。こいつはカルテじゃからな。
Just from trying to talk to him, but...
旧館の連絡もあったりするんでな。ここにも電話を置いとるんじゃ。待て待て、勝手に触るんじゃない。
As far as trying to look at the rest of this stuff, it just doesn't seem like he wants to let us do that.
手がいっぱい並んでいる。触らない方がいいだろう。
Blackboard. Oh yeah, there is something like that back here.
代表だろうか。いろいろと書き込まれている。
I mean, there's a curtain back here, but...
だけあって、カーテンも埃っぽくなく清潔そうだ。
眠くてもそこで寝られると困るぞ。
Well, the one time that we came here before, I think that was only one time. There was somebody behind the curtain, but I guess not this time.
座り心地は悪そうだ。
I don't really know what else we could even look at. Like, we can look at the fucking... the returning books tray.
荷物を置くカゴだろう。
But... yeah...
お 前さんのも取ってやろうか。もちろん有料じゃが。
実は少し怪我をしていまして、今更なんですが心配になってきたんです。
I guess she's talking about the fall that he took right at the start of the game, presumably.
おや、そういえば頭に怪我しとるようじゃの。
Yeah, and I lost my memory, so it can't be
今まで
serious.
気がつかなんだが、レントゲンを取るほどの怪我でもなさそうじゃな。
そうですか。ならよかった。
しかし、
I mean, you never
ど
know.
うしてそんな怪我をしたんじゃ。
実はうなかみの崖で。
あんなところで何しとったんじゃ。よほど特別な用事でもあったんか。
Does he know about it? I mean,
あそこは自殺の名所じゃ。人も寄りつかん。だというのにわざわざ出かけていったんじゃろうか。
and nobody else after we mentioned that too was able to tell us that. Oh, can we go back there now? I guess. Yeah, it's never like really made clear either if that cliff is actually in the environs of this village or if it's somewhere else entirely, but maybe? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, usually you're better off erring on the side of caution by taking an x-ray, like I remember once where I'd sprained my foot pretty badly, and the first thing that was done was taking an x-ray to make sure that there wasn't anything that was actually broken there. Oh.
それどころか、ここへ来たということさえ思い出せない。あゆみちゃんは、僕がここで誰かに会うと電話してきたと言っていた。そういえば、善蔵さん。僕が誰かからの電話を受け、重要な情報が手に入るかもしれないと出て行ったと言っていた。
Actually, hold on a second. This does have a... No, it doesn't. Or does it? No, it doesn't. Show controls. Okay, hold on a second. Well, this isn't the fucking... I'm not using the fucking dog ears Batarang configuration right now, but... I don't remember. Did this have... Yes, it does, with X. Text log. I got blinked back there. I don't remember coming here. Ayumi told me that I called her and said I was gonna meet someone here, and Senso said the same thing. So he told both Ayumi and Senso that he was gonna come here before he did? Or something like that. Okay.
ダメだ。何も思い出せない。
Well, I mean, is there anything here that could even be useful, given that it's just in the open? We already did, do you remember?
ダメだ。
Well, apparently we can't just remember, even though this actually does feel like one of the occasions where that would probably be a good thing to at least consider. Surroundings?
ここはうなかみの崖のてっぺんだ。ほとんど人の行き来はないようだな。
I mean, is there anything else in particular that we would maybe be able to take away from this location? There's the right side of the cliff, and I think we fell off the right side of the cliff before, and that's why we didn't end up in the ocean. Front of the cliff, sky? We can look at the sky, surely. What if we just look at the ground? Okay, if there was a voice over that line, I could barely hear it, especially with the wave sound, but...
静かな海だ。
Like the voice actor or the... What the fuck are they actually called in Japanese? The seiyuu is being very respectful of the scene.
ここから4、5メートル下に僕が天地さんに助けてもらった草むらがある。
Yeah, it's kind of a lot. It's kind of a miracle that nothing got broken, but at least I guess you got amnesia. But yeah. Seiyuu respects the silence. It serves as the foundation of creativity. What if we go to the front of the cliff?
この崖は自殺の名所だったのか。
Or so I've heard from one person. Nobody else.
この崖は
I mean, maybe there's something else. The cliff... Oh, yeah, the cliff is different, isn't it?
目もくらみそうな絶壁だ。
Anything else? I mean... I think we've pretty much seen everything there is to see here at this point.
ここから4、5メートル下に
Yeah, the grass.
静かな
I think we've pretty much examined everything. I don't think that there's anything else specific that we can even perceive.
この崖はいいな
Cliff,
目もくらみそう
sky, and the horizon. Does not have its own entry. So I guess I must assume that there is not in fact anything else that I can divine just from looking at stuff. The surroundings, I remember. It's apparently no good, but I mean, where else can we go? Guess we got to travel. Oh, we can actually go to different places now. But yeah, I guess this, if we can just come here whenever we please, there's probably a good reason. And that reason is that this place must actually be, like, next to the village, if I had to guess. Alright, so we were told by that one guy to come back here. Well, as much as I love a good densetsu, I'm afraid that...
そうではなく実は昨夜綾代幹事さんが殺されたんです。
なに本当か。それで犯人はもう捕まったんじゃろうな。
いえ、まだみたいですけど。
And we were told to talk to you about this girl that ran away, so let's just hop straight into that. Oh. What? Can we press him, perhaps? Nope. Doesn't want to talk about it, I guess. Even though that's like the specific thing that we were told to come here and try to find out, but I guess we can talk about the rest of the stuff too. Or not.
菊さんが蘇ったんですかね。なっちゃって。
Well, if she did that, then she did a really good job of burying herself back in a very pristine fashion. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I don't think any of these topics have changed, so let's just go over them. Yes. Oh, he apparently doesn't want to talk about much of anything right now, and I wonder if it's because I brought up Yuri first. But...
あれから何か気がついたことはありますか。
別に何もない。
原神さん、なんだか様子が変だな。
すまんが、今日はもう帰ってくれんか。
You gonna say that, or is he just gonna leave and not make us do anything? Okay.
それにしてもさっきの原神さん、本当にどうしちゃったんだろう。
Boy, sound effects. Sweet. I guess that time we needed to actually go and remember that. Can we open the family grave? Surely we can. I guess not. What about this tree stump? Was that like that before? And surely there must be some kind of a reason why the open command shows up on this screen. Can we open the mountain? That would be pretty impressive. No, I suppose not. Okay. Can we open the shrine path? And apparently when we come to the temple we can only check out this graveyard screen and not anywhere else. Can't open... well, I mean, this would actually have a door, I would think, so... Seriously trying to do that, but apparently we can't open anything, or interact with anything there. I mean, we're not doing anything, we're just looking. I'm pretty sure that we've already already examined anything that there is to examine on this screen, though, in the past. We've been here before.
明神山が見える。
What about the temple? Can we go to the front of the temple? Maybe there's something there.
神村寺の本堂なんだろ
Maybe not. I mean, what else is there to do here? Remember, we can find out about that, or comment on that guy being acting weird, but
う。から死者たち
we can also say spooky stuff ourselves. We can go to the Yashiro residence again. Maybe there's something else new for us to do there.
ごめんください。あれ誰も出てこない。
Are we locked out? Call engage?
ごめ
Anyone?
んください。やっぱり誰も出てこないな。おかしいな。物音がしない。全蔵さんたちは出かけてしまったのかな。
Can we remember something now? Or is there something that we're actually supposed to notice specifically when we're outside?
扉が閉まっている。
Would be different. Surroundings, travel, talk. Well, I mean, if you can't like actually get anyone on the doorbell, then probably can't.
ごめんください。
We probably can't actually do anything right now, or remember anything, or do the like free look examine thing. Apparently not on the screen. If I can, actually select this, please. There we go.
門の扉が閉まって
Guess we're supposed to go somewhere else. Do you like travel back and forth between these places?
本当に僕はあの日。いや、それどころかここへ来たということさえ思い出せない。
It sounded like a very long sentence for how it was translated, but what do I know? Oh, okay. I don't think I see anything different. I guess we don't have the residence as an option anymore. What if we come back here? Will anything have changed?
さんがいないみたいだ。
Well, apparently Genshin has not returned either. But we can no longer go to the residence, I guess, now that we've confirmed that we're not gonna be let in at the moment.
本当に僕はあの日。
We can only move back and forth between this place and that place. Well, not anymore, I guess, because it looks like we don't know don't have the option to move anymore. I guess there must be something now that we can actually find out in here, I'm forced to assume.
ここは自殺の名所ってことだけど、どれほどの絶壁なんだろう。
We're gonna like come up there and it's gonna look like we're gonna be attempting suicide and it's gonna like prompt somebody to like come running and talk to us or something. Is that what's about to happen?
おい、危ねえぞ。
Oh, hey.
あ、びっくりした。あなたは誰ですか？
Yeah, you didn't show up before. Actually, hold on. I get the feeling that this won't do anything right now, but just in case. What happens if I do this at this time? Nothing. Just silence. Just checking.
わしはこの村に住んどる平吉というもんじゃ。ここは自殺の名所じゃから、ひょっとしたらと思うて声をかけたんじゃがの。
It looks like I kinda called that, but it wasn't as dramatic as I was expecting.
あ、違います。すいません。紛らわしいことをして。
Okay. I haven't even looked at the notepad for a while, have we? Got like all the people here. Akira Yashiro, who was the Nerdwell son, who apparently is kind of on the lam right now. Police met someone in the garden or somewhere else entirely. I don't remember if that was mentioned. Just wandering around the storage, holding onto something on the day of the reading. His fingerprints are found on the key inside the storage where Kenji was murdered. I think that key was actually like inside an urn that had to be broken, wasn't it? He's the prime suspect. His fingerprints were not found on the murder weapon, however, on this guy. We urges folks who come to the cliff to be careful. Does he just kind of hang around the cliff? Because we definitely didn't meet him when we were here before, but it's cussing him about everything now.
うなかみの崖はいつもこんなに寂しいんですか？
ああ、そうじゃ。ここへ来るのは土地の者でもわしぐらいのもんじゃろう。 下の浜でもめったに人は通らんしの。じゃから誤って落ちたとしても誰も気づかないじゃろう。
それも自殺の名所になっている理由の一つなのかもしれないな。
Makes sense.
どこかで聞いたことがあるような、ないような。
I mean, it feels like Akira would probably be a pretty common name. Oh, just thinking of something else now. Maybe it's like LA Noir and we have to catch him in a lie.
おお、ゆりさんじゃな。懐かしいの。ここに来るべっぴんさんにも負けん美しい娘じゃ。
Ooh. Who's that? Talking about Ayumi? Didn't she only show up here once?
ここは自殺の名所なんですか？
そうじゃの。ここから飛び込んだら海に落ちるまでに気を失うから楽に死ねるんじゃろう。それで名所になったのかの。ところであんた、よくこの崖にやってくる女の人を知らんかの。
Only because you mentioned her just a few seconds ago.
えらいべっぴんじゃったが、どこの娘じゃろう。
男の人。
べっぴんさんに会いに来たのに、いたのはお前さんだけか。残念じゃの。
なんだかすみません。
今日はもう姿を見せんようじゃし、わしもそろそろ帰るとするかの。
Well, now what? We talk about or talk about anything else?
お前さんに会うのは初めてじゃ。何？ここで事故に遭ったじゃと？危ないところじゃったの？いや、別にないの。
And, like, who do we have to call or engage prettily? Are we just gonna call out to her?
平吉さん以外に人影はない。こんなところで。
I mean, we wouldn't even know a name right now, I don't think. So, I mean, I guess that now that we are aware of that existence, we will actually call it a day and just leave.
もうこんな時間か。そろそろ事務所に戻ろう。じゃあ僕はこれで。
Okay.
ただいま。
おかえりなさい。ねえ、ニュースを見たわ。殺人被害者の息子が指名手配されたようだけれど、犯人はそのアキラという人なの？
警察はそう考えているみたいだよ。でも本当にそうなのかな。いろいろ調べてみないと本当のことはわからないよね。
そうよ、頑張ってちょうだいね。もちろん私も手伝うわ。早速だけど、社長が亡くなった綾代商事はどうなっているのか調べてみたの。きっとあなたの役に立つと思って。社長の幹事が死んだことで、ついに専務の次郎が綾代商事の実権を手に入れたようね。
次郎が。
その次郎だけど、早くも仕事に戻って、今では自分の都合のいいように会社の組織を整理し始めたらしいわよ。
I mean, how do you have been able to find that out?
今まで会長の菊や幹事の陰にいた次郎は、ここに来てまたとない機会を得たというわけね。
なるほど。ありがとう。参考になるよ。じゃあ今日分かったことを整理して推理してみよう。
I mean, what is the usual? Just speculate? Still can't remember jack shit.
僕を呼び出したのは誰なんだろう。
Can still comment on it at least. Alright, let's speculate. How much is this house gonna be worth?
土蔵の中で殺されていた。幹事のそばには土蔵の鍵が落ちていて、アキラの指紋がついていた。さらに土蔵の中にあった骨董品のいくつかがなくなっている。アキラは菊の寝室に出入りが自由だったらしい。そして菊の死体が発見された朝、寝室のタバコ入れが消えた。 そのタバコ入れには土蔵の鍵がしまわれていた。
I remember that scene very clearly, but I thought that is like the key that we found in the storage was like inside an urn,
寝
but
室から鍵を盗んだアキラが土蔵から骨董品を持ち出そうとしたところを幹事に見つかり、そばにあったナイフで鎖。
it seems like kind of a big deal. Kind of a very violent reaction for that situation, but
しかし、幹事はなぜ普段人の来ないはずの銅像なんかに行ったんだろう。それともう一つ、
finally,
幹事が死んだことで次郎は一気に綾代商事のトップに躍り出た。ろくに話も聞けてないし、あの態度は。
確かに話を聞いた限りでも次郎の態度は気になるわね。アキラが容疑者と考えるのは自然だけど、幹事と対立していたみたいだし、会社でも何か噂になっているかもよ。
I mean, can we speculate more? Wasn't there also something to be noted about how Susa would have benefited from that as well? What about Hikchi? What did we get about him? Serious beauty that goes to the cliff, according to him, but wonder if that's gonna be followed up on.
幹事は土蔵の中で殺されていた。幹事のそばには土蔵の鍵が落ちていて、アキラの死、さらに土蔵の中にあった骨董品のいくつ
Is this just a repetition? I think so, actually.
しかし、幹事はなぜ幹事が死んだことで。
So, do you remember now? Because that was just like a repetition of what we just heard.
アキラは遺言公開の日、誰かに会っていたとあずさが言ってたな。あゆみちゃん、その可能性のある人物を調べてみてくれないか。
How would she do that?
わかったわ。アキラのことは私に任せてちょうだい。
Yeah, this seems like a good idea.
アキラが本当に骨董品を盗んだなら、どこかへ売り飛ばしているかもね。そのあたりから探ってみるわ。あなたは一度綾代商事へ行って次郎にもっと話を聞いてみる必要があるんじゃない？
そうだね。もう少し情報を聞き出してみるよ。
それと一つ気がついたんだけど、あなたが半袖のシャツを着ているところって初めて見たわ。
Okay.
そうだっけ？
それじゃあ明日も忙しくなりそうだし、ゆっくり休みましょう。
Short sleeve comment seemed like it came out of nowhere, but, you know, wearing short sleeves is certainly not something that I could relate to at all, so
次郎さんに話を聞こうと。
perhaps that's something that's not entirely out there. Another phrase that I was trying to think of just now, what was it? I don't know. It's just entirely out there. Works well enough.
約束がないと会えないって断られてしまった。急な来客には応じないってことか。
Even fake police people.
ほら、ひとまず通りかかった社員に聞き込みをしてみよう。
Really? Looks like a good idea. I mean, there's receptionist and there's those two people talking in the back. What do we got in surroundings?
話を聞いてくれそうな人がいるといいんだけど。
Hey,
この人はどうだろう。
there's a guy. Talk to the, or look at the other people or the other stuff that are just around here. Can't just go in. There's a company employee, however, which I completely missed just now.
受付の女性とおしゃべりしている。仕事はいいのか。
I mean, you don't know that. You might be on a break. Why so judgy?
綾代商事株式会社と刻まれている。キクさんが会長を、幹事さんが社長を務めていたわけだが。
Tell me about the receptionists. Do they have names? There's a counter with a black card on it.
受付カウンターだけど、
I don't know what it says.
断られてしまった。急 急な来客には応じないってことか。社員とおしゃべりしてるけど、心なしか迷惑そうに見える。
What?
社員とおしゃべりしてるけど、
Is he this guy?
真面目そうな人だ。
Alright, so clearly we should try talking to her first. Nah.
灰皿が置かれている。仕事の合間に一服する人たちもいるんだろう。
Like that guy might be on a break, but we're apparently very ready to believe that he
押し
isn't.
たくなるけどダメだ。押したくなるけどダメなんだ。
Yeah, I don't know. You probably can get in actual criminal trouble for fake pulling a fire alarm depending on the situation, but
照明が眩しい。きちんと世話されているのか、みずみずしい姿を保っている。
I thought that the fact that it says decorative plant could have implied that it was a fake plant, but I didn't even know. Hey, customers.
どうして何か話をしているようだ。
How am I able to tell that they are customers? I don't know, but
客同士で何か話をしているようだ。
I suppose that's a sixth sense of sorts that I have.
社員とおしゃべり。受付の女性とおしゃべり。
Okay, so he says that about the dude when we examine him directly, but then
社員とおしゃべりしてるけど、
when we examine her, he says that he must be talking to the staff. That's his staff. Let's talk to Jiro. We can just summon him to our side, surely.
には応じないだろう。
Apparently that's how that happened. Let's talk to employee instead.
はい、何か。
I guess he's very willing.
お忙しいところすみません。僕は宇津木探偵事務所の者なのですが、少しお話を聞かせていただけませんか。
探偵事務所。そうですね。お答えできる範囲であれば構いませんよ。
ありがとうございます。
Well, we got plenty to talk about, it seems. What about, two of the dead people who used to run this place?
立派な会長でしたよ。尊敬しておりましたのに。
Well, that's it.
亡くなった社長の息子さんですね。事件の容疑者だと聞きました。
I mean, his answers are pretty straightforward, at
社
least.
長さんはどんな方なんですか。
社長とは正反対の内に強さを秘めた方です。それにとても冷静な方でして、社長が亡くなられた時でもほとんどうろたえた様子は感じられませんでした。
I guess we really need to fixate on that. I mean, it doesn't really mean anything in and of itself, but
内に強さを秘めた方で、
okay, so he just says that again.
当社の相談役ですよ。役員たちからも一目置かれているとても優秀な方のようですね。
I mean, what about you? What do you do here? I wonder if we'll get anything like that.
孤独なことでした。やっと新しい計画のめどがついたところでしたのに。
That's not significant. That doesn't warrant a little doo-doo-doo-doo jingle.
綾代商事は今後どうなるのですか。
会長と社長が亡くなられて、専務をはじめとする役員たちの手で運営されます。
What else do you know
他
other
に
than
何か気がついたことは。
all these things that I just...
そうだ、お客さんを待たせてたんだ。
I forgot that completely for some reason. So I guess that's his excuse to say that no, we're not gonna be telling you anything else. I mean, does he have anything more to say about any of these subjects? It's the same dialogue.
亡くなった社長の
So is that...
社長と専務は会社内で対立していたということですが。
ちょっと妙なことを言わないでくださいよ。そんな質問に答えられるわけないでしょう。すみません、お客さんを待たせてますので、もうこれくらいで勘弁してください。
言ってしまった。
At least we completed the conversation, I guess. Anybody else we can talk to?
さっきの人は言ってしまったな。
Apparently we cannot attempt to talk to the receptionists or the clients either, so...
急な来客には応じないだろう。
What else can we possibly do?
言ってしまった。
Cannot speak. We cannot engage anyone to speak with.
来客がロビーにいるようだ。
Maybe we can talk to them. They don't seem like they're busy.
客同士で何か話をしているようだ。客同士で
Pull the fire alarm
押したくなるけど。
to throw out the guy that we actually should be talking to that's
凛とした姿勢だ。
not wanting to actually talk to us directly.
真面目そうな。
Okay.
怪しろ少女。
I mean, I guess pretty much the only thing we can do right now is just keep on examining background stuff, so...
受付公務と約束がないと会えないって断っている。
Maybe there's something that we will be able to learn based on that, like the ceiling.
照明が眩しい。
Very bright lights. Nothing to say about this door over here. It probably leads outside. Patron, customer, the plant must hold all the answers, surely. No.
押したくなる。
Still refused to pull the fire alarm, even though that seems like probably the only thing that would actually result in something happening here. Maybe something changed in the ashtray while we weren't looking.
置かれている。
Is there something hidden on the floor that's completely beyond my perception, my powers of observation? Maybe not. I mean, what can we really do? We can
急な来客。
try these commands again.
さっきの人は客同士で何か話をして
Yeah, so you wanna join them?
何を話しているんだろう。
Apparently this does, as a matter of fact, result in
しかし
advancements.
ね、ここの専務も危ないところでしたね。
まったくですな。あの社長の計画がもし実現しておれば、今頃は専務としての立場すら危うかったでしょうな。正直なところ犯人には感謝してるんじゃないでしょうかね。
し、誰かに聞かれますよ。
How serendipitous that they should be talking about exactly that when we, the kid detective, would be listening in.
思い出話しているから聞こえないや。しかし社内での二郎さんの立場がそこまで早かったとは。
Oh, are we gonna do anything with this information? No. Can we maybe talk to them now, again?
さっきの人は言ってしまったな。
Can we maybe try to use this information to blackmail the guy, even though he's
急な来客。
probably wouldn't give a shit about that, no. I mean, now what? Can we talk to them some more?
小声で何か話している。気になるけど。
I mean, I'm also whispering right now, it seems. Can barely hear what the character is saying, even at actual full volume.
押したくなる。小声で。
Same thing, might as well look at these two people and see if there's anything different. No, I think that's just a no.
真面目そう。
Oh well. Can we call them?
さっきの
Can we examine, I don't know, surroundings this time instead of just picking a place? So, okay.
さっきの社員が戻ってきたぞ。客との商談が終わったのかな。何かの書類を持っている。
Mm-hmm. We talk to him now.
すみません。もう少しお話を聞かせていただけませんか。
あなたまだいらっしゃったんですか？今仕事中なんですけどね。
Yeah, but I will still allow you to ask me questions, well, at least one of them.
社長と専務のことですが。
ちょっとやめてくださいよ。専務の耳に入りでもしたら。専務、おはようございます。
Oh, he happened to be right there. Okay, so we did.
あ、
専務、こちらが申しておりました書類で。
なあ、その書類は私の机まで持って行ってくれ。
かしこまりました。それでは失礼いたします。
ところで、なんだね君は。こんなところまで来て。
すみません、どうしてもお話を伺いたくて。
まったく、探偵だがなんだか知らないが、相手をしてやることを感謝してほしいよ。
I guess that's a yes. Okay. Let's talk about all these rumors. Let's just get straight into it without pointing fingers, I guess. So a little bird that will remain nameless, and a lot of them kind of unwillingly told me about this thing.
失礼ですが、社長との関係について良くない噂があったようですね。
誰から聞いてきたのか知らんが、仮にそれが本当のことだとしても、どうだって言うんだ。
Well, I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
誰からどんな噂を。
So that's a no. I mean, can you tell me what you even do here at the company? It's still very unclear, I think.
この綾代商事はあなたをはじめとした役員で動かしていくそうですね。
君に会社のことを心配してもらわなくても結構だ。
Stop. I mean,
君に会社のことを心配して。
it's not a very good strategy for, I don't know, trying to get more awareness for your company, I think, but you don't see him as a potential buyer, whatever it is you
そ
do.
んなことを聞くためにわざわざやってきたのかね。
It's still very unclear what it is.
ことだ。
Well, can you at least humor me with an answer based on that?
またそんなこと。
I guess that's no.
アキラさんは遺言公開の日、誰かと会っていたようですが、ジローさんじゃありませんか？
私がアキラと会う？冗談じゃない。あんな奴と話すことなど何もない。
Anything else to add to
ア
that?
キラさんが容疑者ということになりましたが、そのことで何か気づいたことはありませんか？
奴が何をしようが私の知ったことじゃないね。今さら犯人が誰であろうと関係ないね。あんな奴と話すことなど何もない。
Guess that must be the repetition point, but yeah. I mean, he seems
あんな奴。
like really conspicuously detached from his. I didn't even know what they were. Cousin? Yeah, I think they were supposed to be cousins. His cousin's death.
私は忙しいんだ。つまらないことに付き合わされて。
I mean, he's probably gotta continue with this regardless. Can we meet the lawyer?
またそんなことを聞くために。
Oh, we still cannot meet the lawyer guy, it seems.
幹事さんのことですが。
兄さんはもう死んだんだ。これ以上何を話せと言うんだね。やれやれ。君が何を言いたいのか分かったよ。私がアキラをそそのかして兄さんを殺させたと思ってるんだろ。
I mean, that's a pretty plausible explanation at this point, I would say.
大した推理だね。どう思うと君の勝手だが、君の探偵ごっこに付き合うのは真っ平だよ。もう会うこともないだろう。どうしてもまた会いたいっていうのなら、証拠でも何でも見つけてくればいいさ。もっともあればの話だがね。
Sounds like a challenge.
君と違って忙しいんだ。失礼するよ。
指名手配されたアキラが警察に捕まれば全てがはっきりするはずだが、よし、今日も明神村で聞き込みだ。調査しなきゃならないことはいくらでもある。
I guess we're done here. I didn't even entirely discount the possibility that hey, we haven't been out here before. The possibility that
様子が変だ。
he did in fact pay the other guy or something to kill his cousin or whatever they were. Still don't remember what the details were, but yeah. I think this is one of the screens that's actually shown as a...
大変ですよ。恐ろしいことになってしまいました。
One of the scenes that's shown in the preview or the store page for this game, but let's see. Something horrible has happened. Did somebody else die?
村の人たちが蘇ったキクさんの姿を見たと言ってさっきから大騒ぎなんですよ。
Boy.
え
Well, what's that about? Does Team Rocket have the information that I need?
やはりあの屋敷には何かあるんでしょうか。
I don't know. I mean, he didn't let me back into the mansion late yesterday, so I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
伝説の通りキクさんが墓から出てきたんだって村中大騒ぎですよ。でも人が殺されたとなるとただの噂話とも思えませんね。新聞で見ましたよ。その人が容疑者だそうですね。でもここのみんなはそう思ってないようです。
But that cures the suspect. I thought that they would actually buy that easily, but maybe they don't. We'll have to hear more about that later, but...
聞かない名前ですね。綺麗な人だったという噂ぐらいは聞いたことがありますが。いえ、聞いたことはありませんね。何か言おうと思っていたんですが、何でしたっけ？
Maybe you were channeling me for a moment.
僕に言われても。
Say the same thing if you repeat that. Well, without the response, but yeah. We can take a look around here, maybe. What is going on?
人たちはみんな青ざめた顔をしている。キクさんは蘇ったと信じているのか。
Well, I mean, what are the villagers up to, maybe? There's a villager there.
村の人たちが集まって話をしている。
I don't know if it's the same guy that showed up inside the station before smoking, but
村の人たちが
really there's not really that much more to look at.
奥にも自転車がある。野ざらしだから雨が降ったら大変だな。
And the mountain.
遠くに山が霞んで見えている。
And the clouds that are moving very quickly.
いい天気だ。傘の用意はないし、よかった。
Guess we can look at the front of the station with more detail.
かなり年季の入った様子だ。
Maybe you'll never own that, or never know that from the way it looks on the inside, surely.
手紙を出す予定はない。
I probably don't have anything to say about the pavement here, so maybe we can actually talk to the nearby people who is around. Hey,
すいません、少しお話を。
I think there's like 2 characters here that we've actually talked to in the past, but no, apparently this is the one that's coming forth now.
またここに来なすっただか。
It's our best friend, Villager B.
わしらの話は本当だったべ。キクさんは蘇りなさっただ。キクさんが墓から出てくるのを見たというもんもおるだ。恐ろしいや。
Well, I'm sure you'll be ready to tell me all about that.
あんた、もうあの家に関わるのはやめなされ。恐ろしい目に遭うのは目に見えとる。命を落とさんとも限らんぞ。
I mean, something bad already did happen. Somebody died.
伝説は本当じゃった。じゃが、これだけじゃねえ。綾代家にはこれからもっと恐ろしいことが起こるに違えねえだ。あんた、もう綾代家に近づかん方がええ。はよ帰りなされ。
幹事さんを殺害した容疑者としてもう綾代明が指名手配されていますよ。
その男が犯人だとお前さん信じとるんか。とんでもねえだ。こりゃキクさんのたたりだ。
So she has heard about Akira now, but what about Kanda? Has anyone heard about Kanda in the village? It isn't. Yeah, I guess not. That isn't actually a part of the family.
この村でも評判の美しい人じゃった。呪われた綾代の家に咲いた一輪の花のような人じゃったの。
It's a little rude, but okay.
綾代家の後継者の印？そりゃあきっと何かとてつもなく恐ろしいもんに違えね
え。Anything else?
もう聞かんでくだされ。恐ろしや恐ろしや。
Just some wiggling to do to display my emotion.
この村。
Okay, anything else that we can get more information on?
これは人間の仕業じゃねえだ。キクさんのたたりだ。あんた、もう。
Pretty much the same thing she said at first. And that.
誰じゃ?
Still don't know who that guy is. Or she still doesn't know who that guy is. Nobody did that.
綾代.
And that's probably it. Can't engage anybody else except the clerk. Do you remember anything? No. It's a complete moot point. Look at the villager, I guess. Which one? There's like multiple villagers around here at the moment.
村の人たちの話を聞いていると、今にも蘇ったキクさんが現れるような気。
I mean, how do you know that she hasn't already done that? Okay, well, I mean, who else is here? Look at the bus stop, the shed, the car. Can we ask about the shed now?
軽トラが止まっている。この辺りで働いている人のものだろうか。バス停だ。待合所にはいろいろな張り紙が貼り出されている。村の人たちが集まって話をしている。
Always makes the same sound effect.
いい天気だ。
Even if we look at stuff that we haven't already. Or that we have already looked at before. Crap. Now what do we do? I think I already exhausted the conversation, maybe with the exception of this, but I don't think this will be anything different.
もう聞かんでください。
Nope. It kind of vibrates some more after that. Talk to this guy some more, but...
何のご用ですか?
I mean, can we get into the village? Probably something that we would want to do to investigate the house more, maybe? I don't even know.
やはり
I don't know, maybe if we could actually get in there, we could try to find out what...
キクさんが蘇ったって村中大騒ぎですよ。でも人が殺されたとなるとただの噂話とも思えませんね。新聞で見ましたよ。
Oh, good. I think that we already exhausted the dialogue with... Oh.
ユリさんかどうかは分かりませんが、上品なご婦人がたった今綾代家の方に行かれましたよ。
Well, let's actually get over there, like we should have done before. Apparently we didn't really have the drive to do so until we heard about this suspicion. Oh yeah, she's here. Wasn't she like really reluctant to talk to us about anything?
おはようございます。香織様がお見えですが。
Kaori? Yeah, who is that?
香織様は幹事様の奥様です。
Okay. Well, are you gonna talk to us about anything now?
私、何も知りません。
Or is it still gonna be the same story as always, where it's like,
香織
no,
様は今にいらっしゃいます。
I'm so distressed, I can't even talk about anything.
私、これから出かけるところなんです。
Yeah, she's still being very, very
悲
distant.
しまれていらっしゃる香織様がお気の毒で。
It seems kind of conspicuous, considering that out of all the characters that we've talked to so far, particularly that actually are a part of the people that hang around the mansion. She's like kind of stands out specifically because of that, but sit in the living room. She probably did say to go to the living room. Yeah. We got a new character to talk to though. We haven't met before.
あなたは宇津木探偵事務所の者です。はじめまして。綾代香織さんですね。こんな時に申し訳ないのですが、少しお話を。夫が、アキラはどこにいるの？ねえ、アキラはどこ？落ち着いてください。あまりのことに取り乱すこの女性、綾代香織は綾代幹事の妻であり、容疑者アキラの母親だ。世界的なファッションデザイナーである彼女は。
Jeez, well, I'm glad that you told me because I never would have figured it out by myself.
パリから急遽
Not even being sarcastic that time.
屋敷に駆けつけてきたということだった。こんな時に心苦しいのですが、事件解決のためにご協力いただけませんか？ええ、もちろん。
Right. Oh, goodness. Well, I guess we might as well just get straight to it, but hold on just a moment. Look at the notepad. Can we see candle listed in here? Because as long as we're in the area. Breaking a swim, center for reading, yada yada yada. The long firm number is asterisk 16, so. And she's in the notebook now. She returned home from Paris after learning of Kenji's death, and apparently she doesn't know about. I guess she didn't live with her husband at all, and she also doesn't know anything about where her son is, which is interesting, but something that I maybe want to try at this time is taking the phone. It's the morning, or the middle of the day at least. Why don't I try this now? I don't think I had the chance to try this before.
もしもし、神田先生はいらっしゃいますか？
神田はただいま外出中です。
Of course.
あ、そうですか。ありがとうございました。
Alright. I guess we're just gonna dismiss that possibility as well. I get a feeling that we're only gonna be able to talk to that guy when we finally are able to talk to him through the phone, though. But let's begin the interrogation.
私、何が何だか。それよりもアキラはどこにいるの？
She's also gonna be difficult to talk to.
アキラさんの居場所に心当たりはありませんでしょうか？
Yeah, we don't know either.
アキラじゃありません。あの子にこんな恐ろしいことはできないわ。アキラは犯人なんかじゃない。
I mean, you don't know that, but I guess we documented that in the notebook.
あの子にこんな恐ろしいことはできないわ。アキラは犯人なんかじゃない。
I guess she's not talking about that. That wasn't very helpful, though.
私、何が。
Okay, I got a feeling that's gonna be her response to a number of these.
私、仕事一筋の主人は家庭を顧みない夫だったかもしれません。まさか突然こんなことになるなんて。最近では離れて暮らしておりましたから。アキラも。
I mean, lately, it sounded like that we were living in like completely different places. It seemed like you had been doing that for a while, but I don't know.
そうだわ。あなた探偵だったわね。アキラを探してちょうだい。私にはもうアキラしかいないの。ね、お願い。ええ、わかりました。お引き受けします。綾代アキラはこの事件の鍵を握っているだろう人物だ。突然こんなことに。
Once again, though, it doesn't seem like you've, yeah. Like you've really given us a lot of information, just kind of, been saying the same thing.
デザイナーである彼女はたった今パリから来た。 告したばかりだ。
Well, maybe that's part of it. Maybe that should encourage us to be more suspicious.
私にはもうアキラしかいないの。
So convenient.
アキラを探してちょうだい。
Okay, well. What else can we do, really? To repeat the kanji thing.
突然こんなことになるなんて。
What if we repeat the alibi thing?
有名な発想。
Okay, so that's... I mean, that was only one message the first time, so I guess so. I mean, what else did we get in the notepad based on what we've heard of this conversation so far? No, not that guy. We got 2 victims so far. We go through what Kiku over here, but I guess he's not marked as a victim right now, even though it's pretty much suspected that she was in fact a victim too. Lives Hacker to be innocent. That's all that we learned so far. We can travel somewhere else now too. What if we do travel to? And the bedroom. Oh, hey, what was this game again? This guy's name again. Not this game again. Senso? Yeah, there we go. Right before that showed up, I remember that.
おはようございます。お出迎えもせず申し訳ございません。そうそう。今に幹事様の奥様、香織様がお見えですが。
はい、茜さんに聞きました。すでにお話を伺ったところです。
さようでございましたか。実はあれ以来気になってタバコ入れを探しているのですが。
Well, tell me more about that.
どうしても見つかりません。やはりアキラ様がどこかへ持って行かれたのでしょうか。茜にも聞いてみたのですが、知らないようです。
そうですか。
アキラ様が持ち出されたとは思いたくないのですが。菊様のことといい、今回の幹事様にいたしましても、あまりにも不自然なところが多すぎるように思えてなりません。今にして思えば、なぜ菊様のご遺体をもっと熊田先生に調べていただかなかったのかと悔やまれます。どうか真実を見つけ出してください。菊様と幹事様のために。
はい、全力を尽くします。
菊様が亡くなってからというもの、何か落ち着かない様子です。
So she wasn't always like that?
まるで無口になってしまって、今日はどこかへ出かけると言っておりましたが。
Maybe we can find that out. Is she secretly gonna turn out to be like the secret person who shows up at the cliff every so often? Wouldn't that be some kind of a turn?
香織様の姿を見るのが私。どうしてこのようなものが。茜も知らないと申しますが。
I found the burn mark a while ago, but we still don't know like what it's about. It's kind of been there for ages.
お話ししたことぐらいで。考えたくはありませんが、やはりアキラ様がどこかへ持って行かれたのでしょうか。
何か気づいたことや思い出したこと。
申し訳ございません。
Can we remember anything based on all the stuff that we just heard? No, I guess it's a no. It's our turn to go, just like... Ellipsis. I can go back to the living room, but recall and engage anybody else. Is Akane around?
これから出かけると言っておりましたので、すでに屋敷を出てしまっているかと思います。
Well, where did she go? Can we track her down? Travel to the living room?
探偵さん、 お話はもう終わりなの？
I mean, done with what?
もう少しお願いできますか？
Done with talking to her? I thought that she might be implying she's in this whole distress situation, done with finding out where her son was. Oh boy, I guess we can try to talk to her again one more time, but I somehow doubt that she's gonna be giving any different responses.
私突然
有名なファッションデザイナーである。
私にはもうアキラし
No, like I thought, I'm pretty sure that there isn't really anybody else to, or anything else to get out of her right now.
来ないな。あかねさんはいないみたいだ。
Kan's not here. Can we call Senso into the room? We know that he's around.
にはいないようだ。
But no, apparently he doesn't want to come here right now. When she's right there.
に打ちひしがれた幹事さんの妻、綾代香織さんが。
Take a look at her for
アキラを思う気持ちは痛い
another comment about how distraught she is.
慰めの言葉の一つもかけられるのに。
But we don't, though. Unless we remember, which just leads to us failing again. Well, we already took all these topics. Travel, we can try calling the lawyer again. One day this will work.
もしもし。
Oh well. Well, since this seems to be the only working phone in the game, surely be able to connect from that one at some point.
何かご用でしょうか？
I don't know, that's what I want to find out.
菊様のご遺体をもっと調べていただければ本当に悔やまれます。
Well, we don't really know if the doctor would have found anything more.
まるで無口になってしまって。
Yeah, but where? I need more information about that so I can maybe try and
本当にアキラ様が
figure things out, but apparently it's not gonna happen.
どうして
Talking doesn't seem like it's yielding much at this time.
考えたくはありませんが申し訳ございません。
Don't know anything about the tobacco case either. We can see real quick. What occurs? There he is.
時の執事、善蔵さんだ。
Oh, there's the yard, the koi pond,
跳ねたような
which we've looked at in the past.
緑が美しい。
Bird lantern thing, which
苔むしている。
is probably never gonna be lit. And stuff in the bedroom,
書かれた掛け軸だ。
one of which is a weird burn mark on the tatami, which is not actually visible right now because he's standing in front of it, but
この本だけ放り出されている。
still don't know what book that is.
古そうなモノクロの写真が並んでいる。
What if we go back to the other room again? Is there something else that we can notice? Because I think that we've already exhausted everything. I mean, would I though? Cannot remember anything. I cannot get anything more out of repeating the conversation stuff.
そうにない。
Can take the curtain, the phone, sofa, the table, the ashtray.
そうに。これは取れそう。これは取れそう。これは取れそう。
The only thing we really can take is the phone, but There's also the picture of the cliff, which we're not gonna comment on at all, even though that seems kind of like it could at least be significant, but maybe not. But you can take at least a view of these things. You just refuse to look, examine. You can see how the Strachey is. You can maybe at least look around. You're gonna notice this time that there's yeah, the cliff, but you're not gonna notice that it's probably the same cliff that you woke up in. We still don't know what the significance of it is. Like why we went there in the first place. I'll ask for permission, maybe. I mean, have you ever looked or been alone in this room? That's what you call an opportunity, you might say. Can't comment on the columns that are outside the window, though, even though they're kind of conspicuous in the way this room is visually arranged, but... oh boy. Well, I'm a little bit stumped right now. I guess we can try talking yet again, but it's probably gonna be the same thing again. Oh. No, this is different.
これはアキラの写真です。かなり前に撮ったものですが、今手元にはこれしか。
これは重要な手がかりだ。わかりました。任せてください。
どうかこれでお願いします。
I didn't really know what he looked like before, I guess. Except in that one kind of imagined spot where we imagined that he had like the stereotypical Japanese delinquent bouffant. Well, should take the phone. Oh, how convenient. Tony, that was easy. Okay. Is that town gonna have a name, or...? Akira's friend? Who's that? Will that friend have a name?
Ah, 頼んだよ。それじゃあ。また事務所でね。やはり骨董品を盗もうとしたアキラによるとっさの犯行なのかな。それにしてもアキラは誰と何のために会っていたんだろう。アキラと車に乗っていたという男性、それが遺言公開の日に会っていた相手なのか。
何か手がかりが見つかったのですか？
Hey, you freaking
あゆみちゃんが見つけてくれました。
shoveled in here without making a sound.
それはあゆみ様もさすが宇津木探偵事務所の一員、優秀な方なんですね。
とても頼りになります。
それでは私は仕事に戻りますので、何かご用がありましたらお呼び。
そういえば昨日の警察からの電話では解剖の結果が出るには少し時間がかかるって言ってたな。そろそろ出ただろうか。
So where are we going? The clinic?
そうだ、熊田先生のところに幹事さんの解剖結果が届いているかもしれない。
So was the doctor the one doctor in town that works at the clinic, the one that had to have carried out the autopsy on the curse? I guess that makes sense, at least.
こんにちは。お邪魔します。
あら、こんにちは。探偵さんがお見えですよ、先生。
おお、君か。たった今、幹事の解剖の結果報告があったぞ。
本当ですか？聞かせてください。
Well, bye-bye, unnamed nurse background character, who I think we've seen only once before. But we will not see again. What are we talking about now? Akira Kanda, Yuri Symbol, Kanji... Well, I mean, we got Kanji's autopsy results, so... Probably about him.
警察の話によれば、幹事はナイフで刺された時はもうすでに死亡していたであろうとのことなんじゃ。
That's different.
アキラの手によるとっさの犯行ではないかもしれないということですか？
I mean, I don't know what that says about our suspicions about Akira, given that we determined that his prints were not on the knife, so...
まあそういうことじゃな。ところがナイフの傷以外に死因とみられる外傷は何も見当たらんそうじゃ。
それじゃ幹事さんはどうやって殺されたんですか？
謎じゃの。
Well, surely we have more to say about that.
ナイフの傷以外に死因とみられる外傷は見当たらん。幹事はどうやって殺されたのか謎じゃの。
Nasojano. I don't know what words he's actually saying, but he noticed it. Sort of reoccurring pronunciation. Was already dead before being stabbed. No injuries other than the stab wound that could be the cause of death, and also we have more information about this guy. Oh yes, we have his picture now. On the key, but not on the knife. I mean, I guess we no longer believe that the knife is the murder weapon if he was stabbed after he was already dead. Seen in the car with an older man before the will reading, but was that not in the locality of the town? That's... I don't know. That part is pretty unclear, I think, but I mean, have anything else to say about any of these other subjects in the meanwhile?
これはアキラの犯行ではないと考えていいんでしょうか？
どうじゃろうな。幹事の死体のそばの鍵からはアキラの指紋しか出んかったことじゃし、警察は引き続きアキラを探しとるようじゃが。綾代家の顧問弁護士じゃな。
Okay. Definitely we're gonna get some repetition with some of these, potentially.
しつこいの君も。照れるじゃろうが。
I'll do it again.
しつこいの。前にも話したように、わしは何も知らないんじゃよ。
Anything else in this topic? No, just the same recap thing from before. Heard about this?
他に何か気がついたことはありませんか？
そうじゃの。お前さんが今着ておるシャツのサイズがちょっと合っとらん。それくらいかの。
Actually, it's the second comment that somebody's made about our shirt, isn't it? We changed out of these clothes at all since we woke up.
お前さん、今着ておるシャツのサイズがちょっと合っとらんの。
Oh, jeez. I mean, I'm definitely noticing that the shirt is apparently a point of suspicion. I'm not sure if I like the implications that it's creating in my head, at least for a little bit.
幹事の死体のそばの鍵からは、アキラの指紋しか出んかったことじゃし、警察は引き続きアキラを探しとるようじゃが。
But can we show him something? Oh yeah, the photo, we have that now.
先生、この写真なんですが。
ん？これがそのアキラじゃと。そうそう、こいつじゃ。菊さんとこへ来とったのは、ずいぶん前の写真のようじゃの。
I mean, anything else we can learn based on that?
そういえば、
Oh yeah.
あゆみちゃんも僕がこのシャツを着ているところを見たことがないと言ってたっけ？天地さんが貸してくれたのかな？
Does seem like that's something that you would probably want to remember.
シャツのことも気になるし、一度天地さんのところに顔出してみよう。
Amachi's place, oh boy.
お邪魔しました。
Is he gonna drop everything or not? Actually, hold on. I guess if the cliff really is in the vicinity of the town, then I guess Amachi would have to live around here as well. In an apartment building. In this little village. Okay, I really don't know how it works.
天地さん、僕です。
ああ、君か。今開けるから入ってくれ。
Is that like a remote knob thing, or did he actually do it by hand?
どうだい？記憶は戻ったのかい？
いえ、まだ完全じゃないようです。
そうか。それにしても、僕もニュースを見ているが、君が巻き込まれたのは大変な事件だね。しかし、僕は君自身のことが心配だよ。気をつけるんだよ。
はい、ありがとうございます。
Alright, let's see. Well, since we're over here, might as well comment about this shirt. I can't just remember at will now, it seems. Have you seen this man? Do you know anything about this thing that I'm investigating?
これがアキラという人なのか。
Or just like reporting to you as well for some arbitrary reason.
これはかなり前に撮ったものなんだそうです。
I trust you completely.
ああ、そう。ちょっと古い写真なんだね。大変な事件だね。しかし、僕は君自身のことが心配だよ。
はい、ありがとうございます。
I think he says, I will appreciate, Let me try that again. I don't think he said, I appreciate your concern. I think he just said, yes, thank you. But okay.
もしや君も蘇り伝説を信じているのかい？
Well, I mean, you heard about the resurrection legend? Did we tell you about that before?
大変な事件だね。
That's all you have to say about the Akira topic now, okay.
すまないが、そういう人は知らないな。
このシャツ、もしかして。
え？ああ、その服のことかい？そのシャツは僕のいとこのものなんだ。君のシャツはひどく汚れていたので、クリーニングに出してしまったんだ。戻ってくるまでそいつを着ていてくれないか？
Just wear this one shirt for days until yours comes back.
そうだったんですか。ありがとうございます。お借りします。
Guess you don't have any changes of clothes that you can actually use on your own. I mean, where have we been sleeping? Don't we have any place to stay where we could have more clothes than this? I don't even know.
君のシャツはクリーニングに出し。
Cleaning, okay.
何か君の力になれればいいんだけど。
I guess that's pretty much it. We can actually leave now. Go back to the cliff top. I don't know why we were going back to the cliff top right now, but we do have the option. Top of the cliff. To you.
本当に僕はあの日、何のためにここへやってきたんだろ
I'm gonna keep on angsting about it until I figure something out.
う。僕はあゆみちゃんに そう電話で伝えたようだ。善蔵さんも僕が誰かからの電話を受け、重要な情報が手に入るかもしれないと出て行ったと言っていたが、ダメだ。何も思い出せない。
Well, we can also travel back to Amity's apartment, but sure there's gotta be a reason why we were able to come here. Right now. And not just go back to investigate and actually do things. There's the sky. We're saying the same shit as before. And we came here at a different time of day. Sure, that's different at least. I mean, are we looking carefully at the ground? Is there something that we actually are supposed to notice that's different this time around? I'm not seeing much. There's the right side of the cliff, which we definitely noticed before. Yeah, that's where we were found. There's the cliff side itself. It doesn't really seem like there's anything more concrete to be found on the ground, though. No pun intended there, but this whole section is just the right side of the cliff until right about here, I guess it ends if we keep on trying to get the right side there. The cliff, which we looked at already, the ground. Fuck. Okay, I just heard some kind of weird loud sound from outside my window that sounded like a fucking trombone or something, but that was probably just like a heavy door being dragged. I would hope that would at least make more sense at 10 PM, but you never know. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I can find anything else just from looking at the ground, so... Can we call anybody? Is there, Hey, Akira, are you here? No? Hey, what's his name? Heikichi, are you here? Can we remember more? No. Well, let's go back to the apartment, I mean. Guess we can't even go anywhere else right now, but... Oh. Okay, he's in there. Still that mysterious ghost butler door opening thing. Nope. Can we talk about how we completely failed at the cliff now? Yes, we might as well do this topics for a while. Okay, so did he say this to us before? I didn't think he did. Hold on. Well, this is repeating, so we did, but... Oh, so we don't have the response at the end now. Don't know that person, but I guess we have told you about Akira before. I mean, we only have the photo so far. Were we supposed to get that piece of dialogue and then go to the cliff? Because it looks like pretty much everything else that we can talk to him about doesn't yield anything, anything new, so I guess back to the cliff we go. Yeah, we mentioned this before. Well, I can try to remember over and over and over again. But I guess that's not gonna yield anything. Come on. I was actually trying to move the cursor this time. There. Yeah, I can't find anything. I'm glad that he agrees with me. Yeah, Amachi said something, but it seems to me that Amachi says a lot of things. I still don't know what his deal is exactly. Just like this convenient wise master dude that we have for some reason, even though he just found us on the ground.
ここから4、5メートル下に手がかりになり
There's nothing that jumps out as a hint, but he said to come back here and to keep on looking for stuff and do not give up. But I mean, look at all the stuff that's actually on the ground.
下の海面まで20
We look at like different parts of the... Have we looked at the front of the cliff before?
崖は
Can we move to the front of the cliff?
この崖は
Oh, apparently we cannot even attempt to do that now. We look at different parts of this hotspot. I mean, we can look there and we can look here too.
ここから4、5メートル
The grass... Talks about the grass there and talks about the grass here. There's the ocean and the ground. We can do this in the most systematic way possible, just like check every fucking pixel of this area. Well, that's really gonna reveal anything different. Gonna reveal my very shaky hands that I'm totally not doing on purpose as I try to keep this as a single thing. Keeping everything along a single X coordinate position. Yeah, I don't think that there's anything different on that part of the hotspot, at least.
下の海面
There's something in the ocean. That would be a pretty douchey move if that's what we're supposed to find.
この崖
I'm looking all over the screen right now and I'm still not finding anything. It's no use. Could there be something in the sky that would be even worse than the ocean, but not anything different in the sky either. Shall we go back here and report our failure again?
天地さん
Ah, that's right. You can't do anything, right, can you?
どうだった
I mean, what else are we supposed to even be able to get from this guy? This is useless, yeah. What the fuck is that painting you got behind you, by the way?
絵が部屋に
Colorful touch, well, if you say so. I wonder if that painting even existed in the Famicom version of this game.
大変な事件
I mean... Oh, yeah, we can... I guess do this. Might as well. Not even what I wanted to do right now, but... I wanted to check the final talk topic again, but...
君の力になれればいい
Guess he's giving up telling me about the cliff
君の
stuff.
シャツはクリーニング
No longer telling me, hey, you should go to the cliff top and...
君のことだから君は
What I have? Oh yeah,
行ってみたんですが
I guess we're supposed to
手がかりもありませんでした
do that topic twice after we come back after we completely failed to find any clues.
残念だったね
Seems like a
ちょっと待ってくれよ
really strange way to try and register progress. It's like the beginning of the fucking... there's a game called... What was it called? Scratches, where literally the first thing you were told to do in the game is to find a certain item, and what you're supposed to do is just explore the entire game world to realize that that item doesn't exist in the game world, so it seems like a pretty dumb way to have the player progress, but...
そうそう思い出した君は気を失っていた時上ごとでしきりにお守りがどうのこうのって言ってたよどうだい
Omamori something, I don't know. Omamori? Well, I don't think this has ever come up before, no.
お守りって言ってたんですか？
そうだ。確かにそう言ってたよ。あの様子じゃ、よほど君にとって大切なことなんじゃないかな。
But don't know.
そうなんでしょうか。
もう一度崖に行ってみたらどうだい？今度こそ思い出すことがあるかもしれない。
そうですね。行ってみます。
Wait, what was the last thing that was said here? Sorry, I got momentarily distracted. Wait, so hearing about the talisman and the Omamori somehow gonna make us more likely to be able to remember things at the clip. Okay, well. Oh, hello.
誰かいる。ちょっとすみません。
え、私に何か？
綺麗な女の人だ。
I believe you.
前に英吉さんが言っていた人なのか。
Are you the lost daughter of the dead granny?
失礼ですが。
That was the whole sentence? Okay.
こんなところで何をしているのかって思われちゃったかしら。
And then the opposite.
私はここで人を待ってるだけ。結婚の約束をした恋人を待っているの。彼は町を出て行くとき、こう言ったわ。必ず成功してきっと迎えに来るって。そして今年がその約束の年なの。
そうですか。
あら、私ったら見ず知らずの人にこんな話を。ごめんなさいね。私は藤宮由紀子と言います。
Yukiko Fujimiya, so that's not Yuri, but that is at least somewhat close to Yuri.
あなたは？
すみません。僕は宇津木探偵事務所の者です。この辺りで起きた事件を調べています。少しお話を伺ってもいいでしょうか？
ええ、構いませんけど、私でお役に立てるのでしょうか？
Wait, did he actually say in this village? Okay, so let me get this straight. This all still seems very, very confusing to me. So a crime occurred recently in this village. So we are in the vicinity of the village right now, and we're in the cliff. But that means that the cliff itself is in the vicinity of the village, but that also means that the fucking apartment building that the guy who found us lives in is in the village, so there's an apartment building in the village. It really didn't seem that way based on the appearance, and it had pretty much every chance that we had to look at it, but alright, sure, whatever.
そう、ここが二人の思い出の場所なの。
Thank you, very informative. I mean, special meeting place, but it's also a place that's known for suicides. That seems odd, to say the least.
あやしろですって？あなた、あやしろの方なの？
It's an interesting reaction.
私が待っている人っていうのは、あやしろ和人っていう名前なのよ。
Oh, really? You have not heard that name before.
あやしろ和人。
Wait, are you sure this is supposed to be the same place, given that, she phrased it that way instead of saying, oh yeah, we know who the family is, everyone in the family knows, or everyone in the village knows that family. Instead of just like, this guy that I'm waiting for happens to have that last name, but...
あなた、和人を知っているの？
いえ、知りません。僕はあやしろ家の調査を依頼された探偵なんです。
そうだったの。あやしろ家の事件のことはテレビで知りました。確かに和人と同じ名字ですけど。
Yeah.
和人がそのあやしろ家の人間なのかどうか、彼から聞かされていないんです。
I don't know. This all seems really suspicious, like I get the feeling that some of this is just not being conveyed in the same level of clarity that it's supposed to, but...
そうなんですか。確かにここまでの調査で僕は綾代和人さんという名前を聞いたことはありません。
Yeah, I guess it could be a coincidence, question mark.
そうなのね。
Can call Casuto? I mean, he's not gonna be here, is he?
いくら呼んでもあの人は現れないの。でも私はいつまででも待つわ。
差し支えなければ和人さんのことをもう少し詳しく教えていただけますか。
私と同じ隣町に彼は母親と一緒に住んでいたわ。そしてお母さんが亡くなられた後、彼は法律家になると言って町を出たの。必ず成功して迎えに来ると私に言い残して。
I'm sorry, I'm also getting momentarily distracted right now. And he... Okay, he said he was gonna become a lawyer, but he also said that he would meet you here at the fucking suicide cliff. And about the rest of these people, do you know them?
その人のことは知らないわ。
That's a no. So she doesn't seem to know the rest of the Yashiros that we know about.
あなたこそこんなところで何をしているの？
Yeah. Well, I guess we're not gonna be responding to that question.
ごめんなさい。私の知らないことみたい。ごめんなさい。お役に立てそうにないわ。
She says Gomenasai time and again, but she doesn't say anything different to follow that up. Well, can we remember like we were told to do? Oh, so I guess the Omamori thing is gonna be thrown by the wayside, but...
ゆきこさん、お話ありがとうございました。
Let's abandon that line of thinking completely.
お帰りなさいませ。本日はもう事務所にお戻りかと思っておりました。
Oh boy. Oh yeah, this is actually a bit later than we usually end up being at the mansion, is it? How long does it take to go back to the office from here? Well, we got more things to talk about, so how can we resist?
先日、次郎様、警察へ事情聴取のために出頭なさったようです。しかし、アリバイが成立ということですので、今日もお仕事に励んでいらっしゃったことでしょう。警察も何を言い出すことやら、よりによって次郎様を疑うとは。
I mean, I'm pretty sure we have pretty good reasons to believe that Jiro would benefit from what happened. That's not really that much of a question, but why did that put in the notebook? What would that have put in the notebook? Let's try and find out. Also, what do we add about this guy? Maybe the shirt, and my dirty shirt is a way to be cleaned. How much you wanna bet that fucking dirty shirt has some kind of vital clue in it or something? Gotta be some crap like that. In conflict with Kanji, a position in the company because he could help it, has an alibi for Kanji's murder. Wait, he does. But is that what we just learned? That's what I thought that we had just determined. He had an alibi, he did have an alibi, well, we just heard about him having an alibi, but we don't know what the alibi was. Maybe that's that. Let's clear out the rest of this new information. Kasuto, Ayashiro, oh yeah. I guess we should probably mention that name to this guy. His mother at the same time as Yukiko became a lawyer after his mother died. Let's meet again on Onakami Cliff this year. And we also met her here. And there we are, staying in Aldemak. Eugene Village in Ayashiro. I guess that's what led what's her face Ayumi to actually go looking for us at the cliff. So I guess the cliff must be in the village, but I don't know. That whole thing of where the cliff is in relation to the village is still very confusing. My eyes. Mention a talisman in my delirium after falling. Wonder if we're gonna bring that up to anybody. Oh, we can actually bring that up to this guy right now.
村人は何か噂しているようです。村には未だに古い言い伝えなどが残っておりますので。
Have you heard this name though?
綾代和人ってご存知ですか？
どこでその名前を？
I guess that's a yes, okay.
いえ、隠していたわけではないのですが、実は和人様というのはゆり様の弟なんですよ。
ゆりさんには弟が？
はい。しかし菊様の本当のお子様ではないのです。旦那様は綾代家の籍に入れて我が子として育てられました。
Oh boy, so there's an adopted child storyline by like wealthy family. I'm starting to see some similarities between this story and Portopia serial murder case, which was like, as far as I know, probably the first game to be done in a style that would end up influencing a lot of other games that would be done like this, like, you know, these games and stuff like Phoenix Wright and stuff that's similar later down the line.
この屋敷に住んでおられたんですか?
Well, as far as I'm aware, Portopia would be the one that pretty much started that whole thing.
はい。
That whole style.
カスト様とその母親は当時この屋敷の離れに住んでいらっしゃいました。ところが
The back house? You mean the storage room? We heard about this back house before.
旦那様が亡くなられてからは菊様に疎まれてこの屋敷から出て行かれました。
Oh shit.
今頃どこでどうなさっておられることやら。
Wasn't her husband the one who also caused Yuri to leave though? I feel like we need to know more about him, but we don't even know his name and he doesn't even have the entry in the notebook, I don't think.
和人様とゆり様は本当に仲のいいご兄弟でした。家を出られる時もゆり様は和人様は気がかりでしたでしょう。和人様ならゆり様の居所をご存知かもしれませんね。
Really? Well, we should probably try to find him then. Anything else to learn about that guy? Actually, we probably should have tried to... Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think we need to hear it again right now. I think we got the idea. But should probably have tried to find a way to keep in touch with that woman who was at the cliff, if she's gonna want to meet up with that guy.
お守り？はて、何のことでしょう。ちょっと心当たりがございませんが。ところで、和人様のことをどなたからお聞きになられたのですか？
I guess we can also drop this name.
和人さんの婚約者だという藤宮由紀子という女性から聞いたんです。実は和人さんは法律家になると言い残して町を出てしまって、今どこにいるのかわからないそうです。
え？和人様の行方が？
和人さんは今年戻ってくるそうです。由紀子さんはその帰りを待っているとおっしゃっていました。
さようですか。菊様の亡くなられた年に戻られるとは、何か因縁めいたものを感じますね。
確かに綾代和人なる人物は事件とは無関係なのか。それとも
Wait, what? What? I mean, he just said that one thing, and that implied that he could somehow be involved in all this, but... I mean, right now I can definitely just believe if you wanted to just chalk that up as a coincidence, but if you want to be dramatic about it, then...
お話の途中ではございますが、もうすっかり日が落ちてしまいましたよ。
あ、本当だ。もうこんな時間なんですね。
Oh yeah, it is. I mean, I can talk to you about the final topic that we can bring up, though.
前にお話ししたことぐらい。
So I guess that we talked about the talisman to bring up that last conversation about the fiancé woman, but okay.
それでは今日はこれで失礼します。
はい、どうかお気をつけて。
Right, all the way back to the office we go. Time to maybe do the recap at the end of everything now.
すっかり遅くなってしまった。あゆみちゃんもとっくに帰ったみたいだな。あゆみちゃん、今日もお疲れ様。
Okay, I was supposed to be pressing something there.
おはよう。昨日はずいぶん遅かったのね。
Okay. Once again, I'm a little bit confused as to what kind of arrangement we have. Left a while ago. So she came back to the office and then she left and then... Like, where are we sleeping when we're not at the office? We're not sleeping at the office, are we? Yes, she would know that we were out late because it was so late that she left the office before we came back.
伝えたいことがあって待っていたんだけど、ちっとも帰ってこないから心配してたのよ。
ごめん、心配かけて。
Still makes it kind of a mystery where we're sleeping though. Where do we live? Where do we live? That's I think a bit of logistics that I would feel more comfortable with having addressed, but
それで伝えたいことって？
so we just don't.
実は私、あなたに電話した後、アキラがよく出入りしていたというスナックへ行ってみたの。そこで聞いたんだけど、アキラはヤクザに借金してずいぶん困っていたらしいの。ところが
Wait, where did you go? How old are you supposed to be? The bar that Akira frequented. And people there told you about a criminal loan shark business.
最近どういうわけか、溜まっていた借金をすべて返済しているのよ。
Okay, but how old are you though? Seriously, I mean, how old am I? Forget about that little detail yet again. You are 17 and you're going around in bars and talking about criminal debts, and I am the same age. Okay, and I'm just going around doing all these things by myself. Also, what new information did we get from these people? First, apparently the body was buried, and apparently... Oh yeah, there was that whole thing the previous day where apparently people saw her back from the grave, but it wasn't really elaborated what they meant by that. It was just like a rumor, and that was it. John Kasuto's family forced him out of the mansion, and she was forced out of the mansion by Kiku, I guess. He was raised as a son by her husband, but then she didn't like him when he died, and she drove him out.
それどころか、アキラは仲間たちに自分は未来の綾代商事の社長だって言ってたんだって。
Okay.
キクさんが死ぬ少し前のことよ。
It's okay.
ただ、アキラを乗せた車を運転していた人のことについては、それが誰だったのか分かんなかったの。ごめんね。でも、その男の人っていうのは、3、40代の紳士風の男性で。
Gentlemanly looking man in his 30s or 40s. I mean, for some reason, out of all these characters that I probably have written down here, first one that I think of is this guy, but he's right on the edge of his 40s, 30s. I can't even remember what any of the other characters look like. That's what I even think of with that description.
アキラと一緒にいるのがとても不自然だったそうよ。
不自然か。少なくとも ただの友人ではなさそうだな。
Sure, that would match up with my number one suspicion based on that, but
推理を手伝ってくれるかい？
もちろんよ。
James, I guess this time we're. Well, what are we? What did we just add to the notepad? I guess the stuff that she just told us about Akira. Owed money to the Yakuza but recently paid it back. Still, did he pay it back? I thought she just said that he had found a way to pay it back, or so he claimed, but I don't know if that was. We had any way of even confirming that, but I guess we just assumed.
アキラは盗んだ骨董品を処分した金で借金を返したのだろうか。
Yeah, that could be.
またどういうつもりか。アキラは自分を未来の社長だなどと触れ回っていたという。そのアキラと一緒に行動している40歳ぐらいの男とは誰なのか。幹事殺しは盗みを見とがめられたアキラのとっさの犯行だと思われていたが、幹事はナイフで刺された時すでに死んでいたらしいことが新たに分かった。
Yeah, but I mean, the knife didn't even have Akira's fingerprints to begin with, so.
だとすれば
Yet another layer of what does it mean?
計画的なものなのでは。菊の死といい幹事殺しといい、これら一連の事件は全て誰かの都合のいいように進んでいるじゃないか。
あら、電話だわ。誰かしら。
So let me
はい、宇津木探偵事務所です。
let me face out of my chair and
大変よ。
oh boy.
大変です。二郎様が。二郎様が。
ジロさんはどうしたんです？もしもし、千蔵さん。
He just like stopped talking at that moment.
心不全で死亡した綾代家の当主、綾代菊。綾代家執事である善蔵はその死に不審を感じる。善蔵より調査を依頼された私立探偵のあなたは調査中に起きた事故で記憶を失った。死人よみがえりの伝説が残る明神村で、やがてあなたは莫大な遺産と権力争いをめぐる複雑な事件に巻き込まれる。綾代商事の社長幹事が土蔵で殺され、事件は殺人へと発展した。そして執事からの電話が何かを告げた。幹事の弟綾代次郎に一体何が。
I don't know what did happen.
あなたは明神村へと急いだ。
And is this supposed to be a Yumi narrating stuff or just like a non-specific narrative voice? Well, I guess we got a second. Will this be the third victim if we suspect Kiku's death to also have been?
明神山で僕を待っていたのは変わり果てた綾代次郎の遺体だった。
Boy.
なぜ次郎さんが。
Does this necessarily discount the possibility of that guy being, well, having murdered at least one person?
おいおい君、勝手に入ってきてもらっちゃ困るよ。
Didn't I talk to you before?
なんだ、よく見たら宇津木さんのところの探偵君か。分かっているだろうけど、現場は荒らさないでくれよ。それと、今熊田先生が検視をしているから邪魔しないように。
わかりました。
He's conducting an autopsy right here, but yeah, I guess we get a different, whole different UI color and everything for when we're actually looking at the murder scenes. Can we kill somebody else? We can call Kamada. We can look around. We'll probably look around first and see what we get.
幹事さんが殺された現場でも出会った警官だ。
Yeah. I mean, they're probably the locals. There he is. We're gonna say that about all the police people and the dog who is just forensics. And I guess that's all that we're gonna get out of examining the forensic stuff. There's a Yashiro, that's not really a Yashiro family, that's just... Yeah, but a house is not a family, I'm pretty sure. But yes, we're not actually within the land that would be considered part of the mansion. If we can see it, and it looks like that from over here. And there's the body. Can we zoom in on the body? Probably can. How do we zoom out for a little bit? Like, I'll look at that probably after I at least get the dialogue from the rest of these people. Being very respectful though. Where's Kumada? He doesn't get the same generic message as the rest of the forensics people. I guess the wood gives me a different failure message here. Okay, so let's see what this guy knows. I mean, do you know that for sure? Remember that the last guy we found had a knife stuck in his chest, and apparently that isn't how he died, or so we learned eventually. Okay, so it basically doesn't want to talk to us about this stuff.
見るからに自殺だね。自殺の可能性は高そうだけど、現場で遺書らしきものは見つかっていないようだね。
Can't remember anything at this time. No, I guess not. So let's actually go and check out the body, I guess. But we don't have to worry about. God damn it, no. Force stick with what? Trees. Okay. I mean, what else? How else could you possibly finish that sentence? We can look at the wood from this perspective. Oh, it's the same thing. Yep. But there it all is. Jiro's body before the wood. I mean, is there any part of Jiro's body that we want to further comment on? What about the stepladder? I had a bit of a hard time trying to make out exactly what I'm looking at here, but I think I see it now. It's like knocked over. Which I guess it would have to be. That's how that would work. If this was actually a suicide, but... It doesn't make sense to assume that he would have wanted to commit suicide at this point, I would say. And if he wanted to do that, then why not do it at the beautiful scenic suicide spot that's apparently right next to the town, or may not be. It's still very unclear, but...
Oh, 君か。見ての通り大変なことじゃ。
Well, what can you tell me then?
見た限りでは首吊りによる窒息じゃな。
Okay, you say so.
死亡推定時刻はいつくらいですか？
昨夜0時から1時頃じゃな。発見者は今朝散歩にやってきた善蔵じゃ。
幹事さんに続いてまた善蔵さんが大丈夫だろうか？
Coincidence? Probably. Senso gonna be around? Is that who we wanna call next? I wonder. I mean, we did, but didn't find any other detailed hotspots. So.
何か現場で気がついたことはありませんか？
見ての通りじゃからの。これといって気がついたことはないの。
Well, I guess the only other thing we can really do right now is see if Senso will show up. Do we leave the crime scene now? It doesn't look like we can. I'll presume the crime scene at least. Death scene. Maybe now if we look at the the body, we'll be able to notice something different, but that seems unlikely. I mean, look at the whole body in excruciating detail, and pretty much the only time the cursor changes is... oh, the rope. I guess we didn't look at the rope before, actually. Cinch so thoroughly, 2 or 3 times. Not sure I understand all the implications of that, but I guess that's literally the only thing that we can find out by examining the body in detail, I think. Because if we look at pretty much any other part of the body, like I said, the only part that changes, or the only time the cursor changes, is when we are not actually pointing at the body anymore, we're behind it. Can't believe that his glasses stayed on. That's actually kind of a miracle. And I can tell you this as someone who has a lot of experience with pairs of glasses. Maybe they were new. But we did take a look. You want to talk more about any of these other subjects? Okay, he said that before.
死亡推定時刻は昨日の0時から1時頃じゃな。発見者は今朝散歩にやってきた前蔵じゃ。見ての通り。
熊田先生、ロープが気になりませんか？
Yes, we had to have looked at the rope to trigger this conversation.
そういえば、ロープの締め方にえらく念がいっておるようじゃ。
Yeah, I mean, would Jiro have been knowledgeable about how to tie a noose?
確実に死にたかったのかの。
No, I guess we don't even question that. Instead, we just accept it. Anything else?
確かに、ロープの締め方にえらく念がいっておるようじゃ。確実に死にたかったのかの。
So all that we can comment on regarding that, it seems. Let's do the save as a bit of paranoia, but probably not a whole lot. Well, now what? Look at him. Yeah, what is going on? I mean, right now I'm just kind of wondering what is going on as far as, I guess we talk to the police some more. Maybe he has something different to say. Do you have anything to say about the rope?
そもそも何の調査をしてたんだい？見るからに自殺だね。詳しいことは熊田先生に聞いてくれよ。
Okay, so we're still passing the buck as far as these two topics. Well, except for that one. But examine everything again.
幹事さんが殺された現場でも出会った警官だ。現場を調べている。
Those hands are still not around, I presume. Except he somehow is. No.
前蔵に話がある。今は屋敷におるようじゃぞ。
前蔵さんにもご遺体発見時の状況を聞いておきたいんですが。
屋敷の門に用があるなら声をかけてきてやる。わしは病院へ戻るからそのついでじゃ。
すいません、助かります。熊田先生が戻っていった後、しばらくして前蔵さんとあずささんが現場にやってきた。
Come look at your friend slash relative's body. Sure you'll have a fun time over here.
ジロー様が。
すみません、そちらに伺いもせず、一刻も早く現場を確認しておきたかったので。
なぜこのような不幸なことばかりが綾代家に。
So we can talk to other people. I guess I can just here too. Interesting. But feeling that she's just gonna say the same stuff she usually does, though.
全蔵さん、二郎さんを最初に発見されたのは。
はい、さようです。あの時は驚いて声も出ませんでした。
Oh shit.
あの時は驚いて声も出ませんでした。
Well, we need to get a bit more information from you, though. I just realized that wasn't moving.
昨夜の0時から1時頃はどうされてました？
昨夜は早く休みましたが。
二郎さんについて何か気がついたことはありませんか？
実は昨夜二郎様が屋敷にいらっしゃいました。
そうだ、二郎さんは普段屋敷にはいないんだったな。
忘れ物を探しに戻られた二郎様は容疑も晴れ、ほっとされておられましたのに、探し物は見つからなかったようですが。
Well, do we know what it was that he was looking for?
昨夜忘れ物を探しに戻られた二郎様は容疑も晴れ、ほっとされておられましたのに。
But he didn't find it? I guess he had been cleared of suspicion, even though it wasn't really said clearly why that had been, but alright. Maybe Asusa will have something else to say.
一体どうなってるのよ。あの次郎が自殺だなんてとんだお笑いよ。自殺なんてするもんですか？
つまり二郎さんは誰かに殺されたと？
知らないわよ、そんなこと。
I mean, who do you know that would be very good at tying ropes like that?
昨夜の0時から1時頃はどうされてました？
何よ、あなたに言う必要はないわ。
念のための確認です。教えてください。昨夜の0時から1時頃はどうされてました？
屋敷にいたわよ。
Anything else? That's not very specific.
その時間なら屋敷にいたわよ。
It's an interesting reaction when we actually made her say that, though.
幹事兄さんも次郎もアキラが殺したのよ。今度は私を狙ってるんだわ。
Wait, are you gonna take control of the corporation now that he's also dead?
アキラさんにはジローさんやあなたを殺す理由があるんですか？
あいつの考えてることなんてわかるはずないじゃない。
そのアキラさんと会っていたという人のことですが。
何よ、あなたに言う必要はないわ。
Wait, so do you actually know about that? The man that he was seen with?
アキラが誰と会っていたのかくらい自分で調べたらいいじゃない。
I mean, if you actually know who that was, it would be a lot easier if you just told me. That's part of it, but okay. What if we talk to Akana, though? Is she gonna have anything to say? Oh, she didn't actually come over? She wasn't actually here. Still can't remember anything, what a surprise. Maybe she'll have more stuff to say if we keep talking about this.
どうして死んだのかなんて知らないわよ。ただ自殺だけはありえないわ。屋敷にいたって言ってるでしょ。不愉快だわ。もう話すことなんて何もないわ。
Well, she does seem to be saying... Oh, there she goes. She gets even progressively more indignant as you keep on talking about that subject. Okay, so yes, the topic is going to say that she said that she was at the mansion. No longer has to pay her debt to Kanji after his death, which I forgot about. That she had a debt, but there you go. Owes money to both Kiko and Kanji, so she could be suspicious as well as Akira right now. He was in the mansion at the time of that guy's death, and he said he found Kanji's body and also Jiro's body. And he's also got new hope he's dead now. That's new information. Found hung to death on Myojin Mountain. He was not the one to kill Kanji, supposedly. We don't know what his alibi is, but apparently he did have an alibi. Came to the mansion looking for something because... no. For something he forgot the night before his suicide. Or, well, his presumed suicide, I guess. I don't think we're necessarily buying it that he's supposed to be... that it's supposed to be an actual suicide. And Akane is still not around. Suicide probably left as well. Yeah. We can talk to Senzo again, maybe. Is he still around? He is.
なぜこのようなことに。あの時は驚いて声も出ませんでした。まさか次郎様が。ゆうべは早く休みましたが。あ、そうそう、そういえば。次郎様がお帰りになられる前、神田様からの電話を茜が取り次ぎました。
Okay, we finally have an excuse to call the lawyer guy, even though we got his phone number forever ago.
神田弁護士から次郎さんに電話。間違いないか。茜さんに確認してみよう。
And we have an excuse to talk to Akane. I mean, she's not gonna be around. We've confirmed that time and again, but...
どちらに？
茜でしたら屋敷におります。
じゃあ話を聞いてきます。
警察の方が私にお話があるとのことですのでご案内もできず申し訳ございません。い
え、気にしないでください。
Yeah, we're still in a perpetual shock.
茜さん。
次郎様が。
ええ、そのことでお話を聞かせていただけますか？
はい。
Is it really though? Well, let's
昨夜
give it a try.
神田弁護士から次郎さんへ電話があったんですか？
はい。確かに神田様からの電話を次郎様に取り次ぎました。
その電話の後、次郎さんは帰っていったんですね。
そうです。
次郎さんの死亡推定時刻は0時から1時となると、次郎さんは神田弁護士に会った後に、これは神田弁護士に会ってみる必要がありそうだ。
We need to go and talk to Kanda, or we could try talking to Kanda on the phone. I mean, what else?
確かに神田様からの電話を次郎様に取り次ぎました。その電話の後、次郎様はお帰りになりました。
昨夜の0時から1時頃はどうされてました？
次郎様が帰られた少し後にあずさ様も出かけられたので、一応戸締まりして一人で部屋にいました。
あずささんは屋敷にいたと言っていたが。
Wait, what? How's different? Jiro left and so did she. So they left at the same time and the doors were locked so she couldn't have come back. Well, can we like find her again and question her about this?
昨夜はあずさ様が出かけられた後に戸締まりして一人で部屋にいました。
Okay, so when she repeats this though, she leaves out the fact that apparently they both left at the same time.
お話しすることはこれと言って。
I definitely think that that's gonna be too convenient of a line to catch her on. So, I mean, someone has to be lying there. Can I actually make the stupid phone call now?
神田弁護士事務所でございます。
もしもし、僕は宇津木探偵事務所の探偵ですが、神田先生はいらっしゃいますか？
神田はただいま不在ですが。
Is he ever in the office?
あ、そうですか。ではちょっとお聞きしたいのですが、昨夜綾代二郎という人が来られませんでしたか？
来客ならございましたが、その方かどうかは。
実は。
その方が自殺？
I guess he just told her all those things in an implied voiceover that we just didn't hear.
はい。ですので、神田先生が何か事情をご存知でないかと思いまして。
秘書の私でよろしければお話を伺いますので、こちらにいらっしゃってください。
I mean, is he ever gonna show up? Ever?
わかりました。伺います。
Well, maybe we can wait for him if we actually manage to head over to where he's supposed to be. What else did we get in the notepad here? No longer to pay situation mentioned, but was actually out or so Arcana claims. He's dead, but apparently he went out of the mansion at the same time as... Oh, that's not what we're gonna write down. We're gonna write down that apparently he took a phone call from the lawyer, which is true, I guess. And she looks so happy in that picture that she gets in the notebook, but she never actually smiles when we meet her in the actual rooms. Burn mark in Geek's bedroom. Oh yeah, she really freaked out. I forgot about that. She was the one who freaked out about that burn mark, but we still don't know what the fuck that burn mark even means. Told us about the phone call. Someone dropped by the office, and in spite of this, we still have not been able to contact him directly at all, but I guess we're finally gonna be able to go to his office.
あかねさん、僕はこれから神田事務所に行ってきます。
はい、行ってらっしゃいませ。
And here we are. Assume that's us. Maybe that's somebody else, actually. No, that's us.
すみません。
Do we have to pick up a phone outside to be let inside?
先ほどお電話しました宇津木探偵事務所の者です。
お待ちしておりました。どうぞ奥にお入りください。改めまして神田の秘書を務めております医師の玲子と申します。
よろしくお願いします。
I guess he's gonna be added to the notepad as well now. Just looking at this every 2 seconds, but... I like to not be confused about what the newest stuff that's been added to this thing is. Okay, well... Maybe we can look around the office before we even begin talking to her.
話でしたら私が伺います。
Yeah, but is that guy that is, you know, supposed to be the guy that works here ever actually gonna be present to where we can talk to him directly? What about these files and the tray thing? Or not tray. I guess you would call it a trolley, not a tray, but I think it can be excused for mixing up those two words. No comment on the plans though. But the same thing that she said about the other shelf. Big books and vials, I guess not. What about the desk?
勝手に触られては困ります。
Not sure. What about the sofa? Okay. What about the stuff that's back there? What about the screen? What is the purpose of it? Partitions in the office? Just like a rudimentary cubicle kind of deal there, or I wonder. Look, if I have the chance to look at something in the background, I must know its full function, surely.
奥はお客様をお通しする部屋になっています。
Wait, am I not a visitor? Am I not officially doing business with you? What about the table? No, I just get the table instead. I see how it is. Okay, fine, let's actually talk now.
綾代家の事件については報道されている以上は存じません。
Well, I mean, it's kind of important to what we came here to talk about, more or less.
昨夜ここを訪れた人がいたんです。
So hopefully you've been listening intently.
確かに男の方が先生と一緒にお見えになり、しばらく奥の部屋で話し込んでおられました。自殺されたというのはその方なんですか？
I mean, did he tell you his name?
ここに来た男性がいたことははっきりしたが、それが二郎さんかまでは断定できないな。
Can you, like, describe him? Seems like it would be pretty simple if she remembers that.
確かに夕べは男の
And it showed, but apparently I've completely forgotten what his appearance was.
神田先生はどういった方なんですか？
お若いのにとても優秀な方です。まだ30代だったと思いますよ。とても仕事熱心な先生は常に真摯に仕事に向き合われる方です。先日も以前担当された事件のファイルを熱心に見ておられました。そういう時の先生には近寄りがたいものさえ感じます。
And all of a sudden we have the option to talk about a file.
過去の事件ファイルは厳重に保管されております。綾代家の事件については報道されている以上は存じません。
Can we take this file?
勝手に触られては困ります。
すみません。
I mean, can we look at the file?
勝手に触られては困ります。
すみません。
Can we plead to look at the file, which would ostensibly be useful? Maybe we can show her the photo and it's gonna turn out that that was the guy that came in.
過去の事件ファイルは
Well, she doesn't have any other responses if you actually address the file and talking to her, so... Is this the guy?
この人を見たことはありませんか？
会ったことのあるような気もしますけれど、昨日いらっしゃった方の写真でもあればお役に立てるんでしょうけど。
二郎さんの写真か。どこかで手に入らないかな。
I guess that might be a request now to go somewhere else and
ありがとうございました。
I'll get a picture of the dead guy and bring it back just so she can identify him.
はい、また何かありましたらおいでください。
Well, like, we could have just come back to the mansion, but I guess we can also come back to the front of the station. Is everyone still talking out here for the exact same reason as before?
なんだ、村の人たちが騒いでる。
Because they must have heard about the dead guy by now.
綾代のところでまた人が死んだそうじゃぞ。
綾代家でまた人が死んだ。
Well, what does the station clerk have to say about this? Sure, he'll be able to keep a level head.
探偵さん、今度は何のご用です？村の人に聞いてくださいよ。村の人に。
No, he's just gonna keep passing the buck about a number of these subjects, it seems.
村の人に。
He really doesn't want to talk to us today.
その人でしょ？明神山で自殺したのは。
Well, that's what the police say.
ええ、そうです。何か気がついたことはありませんか？
さあ、特に何もありませんね。村の人に聞いて。
No, he still doesn't want to talk to me about that either.
そう、わか
る。That different response is a bit conspicuous to me, but...
さあ。
Yes, he also has that response about the talisman.
何を聞かれても答えられることなんてありませんよ。
So, really just thinks that we should talk to other people right now. Alright. Whatever.
あんたまだおったんか。あれほど言うたのに。
Okay, well, what can you tell me about talismans?
お守り？ そんなもん聞いたこともないわい。
Can't get insight on the memory. I can't believe it. What about the dead guy? Surely you'll have something to say about him.
綾代家でまた人が死んだ。
Anything else to say about any other people or any other subjects, topics?
あんたもうやめなされ。綾代家に関わるのはまだお若いのに。綾代家のことなんぞ調べておったらあんたも。
Oops. I mean, one of the people who literally works as a person in... Oh wait, what? No trouble. No trouble right now.
キクさんが蘇ったなんてそんな。
いや、キクさんは蘇ったに違えねえだ。だから綾代家で次々に人が死ぬだ。キクさんは今夜も村をさまようだ。恨みを晴らすためにな。
But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's one of the people who actually works at the mansion is even younger than we are, so I wonder if she's been telling her to like get out of there, you're gonna die.
キクさんは蘇ったに違えねえだ。
Or if she even knows that that person
伝
exists.
説の通りになったんじゃ。恨みを晴らすまでキクさんはさまよい続けるんじゃ。
I mean, has everyone who died so far been someone that you wanted to get revenge on?
綾代家でまた人が。
And yeah, we already had that dialogue. What about Yuri?
もうやめなされ。
Nope, she's just saying more and more generic stuff now. I think that
もうやめな。
it's probably not gonna be that helpful right now, just a hunch.
お守り？
Does have a specific response to the talisman thing though.
キクさんは蘇ったに。
Yeah, you said already, okay, so that's not very helpful, unfortunately. Let's just get out of here. And go off to the mansion again.
お帰りなさいませ。
Well, can you give me a picture of the dead guy?
お若い頃のアキラ様ですね。今と。
Oh, whoops. Can you say that again? Nope, you can't. Well, I can make you say that again if I
お
do
若い
this.
頃のアキラ様ですね。今とはだいぶ雰囲気が違いますけど。
Okay, can you give me one of those? What about Jiro? Or off Jiro?
そういえば、昨べ二郎様はお忘れになった免許証を探しておられました。
Oh, that's convenient.
善蔵さんが言ってた二郎さんの忘れ物というのは免許証だったんだな。
その時は結局見つからなくて、そして先ほどソファーの下に落ちていたのを私が見つけました。今となってはもう。
No, it's actually really convenient.
こちらが二郎様の免許証です。お役に立つかもしれません。お持ちください。
ありがとうございます。確かにお預かりします。今は亡き綾代二郎の免許証だ。あの不機嫌そうな表情のままで写っている。
Can we show the license back to her? What do you have to say about this thing that you, gave to us? Well, I mean, you're being more helpful now than the first couple of times that we actually talked to you.
今は亡き綾代二郎の免許証だ。あの不機嫌そうな表情のままで写っている。
Well, I guess that solves that situation. Let's get right back over there and... What's this? Is this like a common thing where you have to pick up a telephone outside of an office door just to be let in? You can't like ring a doorbell or knock or something. I don't think I've ever seen an actual telephone put outside an office specifically for that purpose.
神田は外出中ですので、お話は私が伺います。
Well, we found this picture.
昨夜訪ねてきたのはこの人ですか？
確かにこの方です。昨日お見えになったのは。ああ、この方が綾代商事の専務さんでしたか。
I mean, did his picture never come up in the news or anything?
あの方が自殺されたとはとても信じられませんわ。
Would have thought that somebody would have thought of that, but... Oh yeah. Did he not look like a man who was about to commit suicide? What's up with that?
お二人はかなり長く話をされた後、一緒に出かけられました。お話が弾んでいたようで、灰皿が吸い殻でいっぱいでしたよ。
I mean, somebody who smokes a lot does strike me as somebody who would want to kill himself, but...
あの後自殺されただなんて、ちょっと考えられないご様子でした。
I disagree. Anything else?
あの方が自殺されたとはとても信じられませんわ。
Are we gonna consider the cigarettes or the smoking to be some kind of clue?
過去の事件ファイルは厳重に保管されております。
Goodness, can we still not look at the files though?
何をするんですか。用がないならお引き取りください。
はい、ありがとうございました。これで失礼します。
Oh, okay, so she gave us that information and then we got kicked out.
昨夜の二郎さんは自殺するようには見えなかったわけか。
And now we're
林ロケでまた人が死んだ。
back here specifically.
たたりじゃ。
Is Tatari the word that means curse or whatever that word is supposed to be? Can we travel? No, I guess we actually have to talk to these people now. Hey guy, do you actually have something interesting to tell us this time?
今度は何のご用です？
Or are you still just gonna tell me to just talk to literally anyone else?
村の人に聞いてくだ。
Seems like it might be the latter.
村の人に聞いてください。
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, can I show you the picture of the dead guy? Is that gonna...
免許証の人なんですが。
Is that gonna get any kind of reaction out of you at least?
その人でしょ？明神山で自殺したのは。
そうです。この人について何か心当たりはありませんか？
さあ、わかりませんね。
この写真の人が綾代明なのですが、見たことはありませんか？
その人なんですか？父親殺しで指名手配になっているのは。まだか。
この写真はかなり前に撮られたものなんです。今は23歳なんです。
I mean, is he not the... Is the difference that much? It feels like whatever the age that he's supposed to be in the picture wouldn't be that far off from 23, but... Oh, couldn't be that far off.
通りすがりの人の顔をじっくり見たりしませんから。
そうですか。
Yes, something that didn't necessarily, or that we didn't necessarily do last time is show the pictures to the other people, but... Okay, well, let's just try this. You gotta play the greatest attorney this time while streaming from Los Angeles, well... There's just one problem with that logic, and that's the idea that I would ever be in Los Angeles, but... I mean, that probably will happen at some point. Half of that. But I actually have no idea when. But now that I've taken the opportunity to... Okay, never mind. But I heard like a very faint kind of voice sound from maybe one of the tabs that I have open in my browser, but I get the feeling that that would just be the actual background noise that's from this scene. That would make a lot more sense. But yeah. Well, I gotta replay the... whatever the PC version of Ace Attorney is gonna be like, or Greatest Attorney, the first half of that, because I get the feeling that I'm not gonna remember any details that are gonna be necessary for me to understand what's going on in part 2, which I do want to actually come back to stream for. So I can do that one blind and figure out what the fuck is going on, because... You know, Greatest Attorney Part 1 was very unapologetic about just leaving a bunch of open-ended stuff and then not wrapping up any of it, pretty much.
うやめなされ。林。
Okay, does she have anything new to say if I just use the...
キクさんは今夜も村をさまようだ。恨みを晴らすためにな。
Apparently the normal topics do not reveal this.
キクさんは蘇った日。
Or reveal anything new, at least. Anything that she didn't say previously. I think she said a lot about creeping around the town before, but
怪しろけでまた人が。
did say pretty much everything else that we've heard her say here
もう
before.
やめな。もうや。お守り
Omamori? What's that? Never in my entire life have I heard this word. Okay, so she doesn't say anything new. What if I show her the pictures, though?
この免許証の男性なんですが。
あんた本気でその人が自殺したと思っとるんか。この人は自殺なんかじゃねえ。キクさんに殺されたんじゃ。
Kick-san was very good at tying ropes.
確かに二郎さんの死因が自殺だとまだ決まったわけじゃないが、そういえばそろそろ二郎さんの検視結果が出ているんじゃないかな。
Oh yeah. I guess we needed to show her that picture just so we could have that realization by ourselves.
この写真の人なんですが。
なんじゃ
She didn't recognize this guy.
怪城明です。ただしかなり前に撮られた写真なんですが。
How could it be if he looks like that and he's 23 now? Like no more than 6 years or something.
怪城のあんたなんてもん見せるんじゃ。知らんなんも知らん。あんたもうやめなされ。怪城家に関わるのはまだお若いのに。
Well, off we go to the Kumada Clinic, now that we've had that very informative exchange about Akira. It's already getting late on this in-game day. And this time the person we're seeing the backside of is not ourselves. Surprisingly enough.
ああ、君か。たった今警察から連絡があったぞ。二郎の検視結果が出たそうじゃ。
で、どうだったんです？
やはりただの自殺じゃと。何か悩み事でもあったんじゃろう。
Saying it really was a suicide? Is that what he said? I mean, are they saying it was a suicide, or are they saying that he actually died from the suicide rope setup? Because that doesn't necessarily equate to suicide unless they like have more details.
二郎さんには直前まで全く自殺するような素振りはなかったようですよ。
Yeah, like I said, smoking a lot is suicidal behavior,
さ
so...
ん殺しの容疑も晴れて、これから怪城商事を動かしていけるというのに、あまりにも不自然だと思いませんか？
確かにそうじゃが。
Also, I mean, we still haven't figured out who's gonna be like the head of the company now that both him and the other guy are dead. What do we have to say about him now? That happened just before the suicide. Police believed it to be suicide. Visitor was Jiro. It was her testimony, yeah. Actually met that guy yet. I'm not sure if we ever will at this point, unless he's like secretly somebody else that we have met, which wouldn't that be something? He really does not want to talk about any of the other topics right now. Why do we have these topics? Seems like it's fluff. Whatever. Doesn't even want to talk about the guy that killed himself. Are we supposed to like snap him out of it by showing him something?
そういえば診察に来んな。喉はもういいんじゃろうか。
I wonder if her throat illness was
タバコをやめとればよいのじゃが。
somehow a plot point in this. Anything else?
喉はもういいんじゃろうか。しつこいの君も。 切れてるじゃろうが。
I mean, since you do it every single time.
熊田先生、綾代和人ってご存知ですか？
和人じゃと。どこで聞いてきたんじゃ。確かにゆりさんの腹違いの弟じゃ。肩身の狭い思いをしながら屋敷で暮らしておった和人たち親子をゆりさんはかばうかのように優しく接しておったんじゃよ。姿だけではなく心まで美しい。
So you didn't hear me say that, I guess.
熊田先生、こっちの声が聞こえてないな。
Better be very, very quiet. He's gonna do about everything that we question him about. No, he's gonna say that if we bring up Yuri in the future, though. So now what? We have to show him something. I think we already saw him that picture. No, I must be the one saying. We call him.
ところで、熊田先生。
Actually cause any.
もう何を聞いても無駄みたいだ。
Okay, I guess we can't actually snap him out of it with this, but we can realize that it's pointless to keep trying here. Okay. Oh, we're coming back to the mansion in the middle of the night again.
O お帰りなさいませ。どうぞ中へお入りください。何かわかりましたか？
I guess so. Oh wait, we got like more than one screen's worth of choices about stuff to talk about now. Do we still not know anything about the burn mark though?
茜も知らないと申しておりました。
I mean, she obviously knows something because of how she freaked out, but she still doesn't want to talk about it.
特にありませんが。
To the point that I guess we've given up trying to bring it up with her.
あの日、茜が土蔵の近くでお見かけしたき、どこへ行ってしまわれたのやら。
We focus on storage. What?
鍵は私が持っております。銅像の奥の扉のことでしたら、私に。
Wait, what? The door at the back of the storage? Oh yeah, that. I don't remember what the deal was with that, but maybe we will have to find out at some point. And what about the rest of these?
様が自殺を選ばれるほどに思い詰めていらしたとは。
Probably weren't.
そういえば、あずささんはどちらに？姿が見えませんが。
それが出て行かれたきり、お戻りにならないのです。当分ここにいるとおっしゃってましたのに。ここ最近はずっと部屋にこもっていらっしゃる様子でしたが、急にいなくなられて心配です。
Yeah, that doesn't really look good for her though, does it?
もはやゆり様が戻られることだけが唯一の望みです。銅像の奥の扉のことでしたら、私に。
Okay, he said it already.
和人様、菊様の子供ではありませんが、法律的には綾代家の人間と認められます。あ、和人様も遺産相続には関係があるのではありませんか？
I guess. I think this was discussed before. You want to talk about that more?
探してはいるのですが。やはり何のことやら見当もつ。私にはちょっと
But it sounds like he didn't meet her at all.
特にありませんが。
Well, now what? What have we learned during this conversation? We learned that apparently Kazuto could qualify for the inheritance. Hopefully connected to the inheritance, yeah, but I mean, I don't remember what the inheritance terms that we heard about before. Could have been about, is Akane around?
いろんなことが続いたせいか、茜は暇を欲しいと言って実家へ帰ってしまいました。
そうですか。無理もないですね。
申し訳ございません。お話の途中ですが、今日はそろそろ休ませていただけないでしょうか。少し疲れました。
あ、すみません。
Canario. Now he's the one who kicked us out.
今日はこれでおいとまします。
はい、お気をつけてお帰りください。
茜さんだけじゃなく千蔵さんも参っているようだ。口数も少なくなっていたし。
Hey.
お帰りなさい。何か分かったの？
Looks different.
あら、なんだか元気ないわね。何かあったの？
思ったように調査が進まなくて。
I mean, how did you imagine it?
私の調査だけど、結局、アキラと一緒にいた男が誰なのかは分からなかったの。どうも、ここ最近のアキラの足取りがつかめないのよ。指名手配される以前からね。
そっか。アキラは一体どこに行ってしまったんだろう。
あまり収穫はなかったようだけど、今日分かったことを整理して推理してみましょう。
Alright. Go ahead and head straight into it.
ジローは自殺の直前まで神田と会っていたようだ。
But before he suicided us in the very same day, night.
関係者が相次いで消えていく綾代家。
ジローは自殺ですって？本当に？
あゆみちゃんもやっぱりおかしいと思うかい？
ええ。綾代少女を手に入れた矢先に自殺だなんて。もちろん人知れず悩んでいることだってあるでしょうけど、でもごめんなさい、推理の途中だったわね。続けてちょうだい。
ゆりの異母兄弟である綾代和人。彼もまた綾代家の血を引く人物だ。和人は何らかの形で事件に関わりがあるのでは。
ねえ、今度は私何を調査しようかしら。
Oh, her face got very flat all of a sudden. Yeah, what should she investigate next? Do we even know? Just like press speculate again?
ジローは自殺の直前まで神田と会っていたようだ。
Or do we just repeat what we, just repeat what we just said? And we remember now. And we look at the different perspective that we have at this time.
どうしたの？
Maybe we can actually see what's on these shelves in this cabinet back here.
触っちゃダメよ。あなたのものかどうかわかんないでしょ？
I mean, how many people can it belong to? It seems like there's only like 3 different people that use this office ever, so...
勝手に触らない方がいいわよ。先生の本かもしれないわ。
I mean, if it doesn't belong to you, you can pretty much assume that it belongs to him, can't you?
勝手に触らない方。
bear doesn't even have a hotspot. That is unusual, I guess, but... we give her the photo? Is that somehow gonna help? Well, I guess she didn't have the photo before. Maybe that will help her.
あなたが持っていた方がいいんじゃないの?
Is it the driver's license?
あゆみちゃん、これを。
ジローの免許証? そっか。アキラと会っていたのはジローかもしれないっていうのね。
I mean, maybe he was the other guy in the car that they talked about before. That makes sense with my initial assumption, but... don't know why they would have been meeting up.
わかったわ。調べてくる。これちょっと借りるね。
Okay, so she can get people to identify Akira easily, but not that guy.
明日から調査を頼むよ。
Is that what's being implied there?
任せて。あなたは明日はどうするの？
やっぱり明神村で聞き込みを続けるよ。綾代和人のことが何かもっとわかるかもしれないし。
Wandering corpse. I mean, we've been hearing about the dead person who's supposedly killing more people from the villagers for a while now, but we somehow get more focus on that this time.
おはよう。じゃあ、私は調査に行ってくるわね。結果を期待していていいわよ。
うん、頼むよ。僕も早速明神村に行ってみる。ここに来るのも何回目なんだろう。
Can probably count them.
人たちが集まってるけど、また何かあったのか。
Did somebody else die?
見たんじゃ。わしゃキクさんを見てしもうた。本当だで。わしもゆんべこの目で見た。ありゃ絶対キクさんじゃ。
I mean, they were like the first time that we saw them. There's like saw a bunch of people hanging out in the front of the station like this. They were saying the same thing, weren't they? So we better just cut straight to the chase here and see what's up. Oh, hey, this guy. We get to talk to a different person for once. Tell me more. Oh wait, no. That's a trouble thing. Well, I'm gonna have to go back and talk to that guy instead of just blowing him off like I just did, but hopefully. He's literally the only doctor that's in town, so what if someone is suddenly gonna be dying? Where are they gonna go? Okay, I feel like that's just well, let's just talk to this guy first. I feel like it's just because I goofed and had to come back here, he's just repeating what he said before, so... What is this you saw?
綾代家は呪われとるだ。あの家はいろんな人の怨念で大きくなった家なんじゃぞ。前にも言うたじゃろ。綾代家のせいで自殺した家族の話を。
I have. I feel like I wasn't... I mean, I remember part of the legend, but I don't think that I heard of it from this guy.
キクさんが蘇ったのじゃ。たたりじゃ。綾代家のたたりじゃ。キクさんがやってくる。キクさんがやってくる。恐ろしや。
Okay, so that's just gonna lead him to say the same thing that he said when we first talked to him.
キクさんが蘇ったのじゃ。たたりじゃ。
And so is this.
あんた、もう綾代家に関わるのはやめておいた方がええ。命を落とすことになるかもしれん。
Okay, so he has the same kind of attitude towards him as the other woman did.
あんた、もう綾代家にお守り。
そんなもん持っとったってキクさんのたたりからは逃れられんぞ。あんたもう怪しろけ。
By the way, let me tell you how much I don't like that family.
間違いねえ。キクさんは蘇ったんじゃ。
Is there anything else that I can get you to, like maybe this picture?
この写真の人を知りませんか？
知らんの。誰じゃ。
Oh, well, we're not going to actually answer you. Let me talk to the clerk, see if he has anything to actually say this time or not.
あなたですか。村人たちの様子が変なんです。キクさんを見たっていう人が急に増えちゃってるんですけど。
I mean, they've been talking about that for a couple of days now, but it's not really clear what any of them actually saw, if anything.
悪い噂しか聞きませんね。
I think he's like, it's bothering me a bit, but I think he's like slightly tilted off to the side here. He's not like standing straight like he usually is.
キクさんを見たってどういうことですか？
What does it mean?
そのままですよ。蘇ったキクさんを見たって大勢の人が言ってるんです。不思議なことにキクさんを見たっていうのが大体同じような時間なんです。一体何を見たんでしょう。まさか本当に怖いことを考えてしまった。
I mean, that's what I want to find out. What did they actually see? What does the notepad say after we made that inquiry? Canning, what? What does he have to do with this? Received some time off and went to her hometown, but also he actually said something that we registered for once. He's scared of the villagers' spooky rumors. That's not really conducive to the one piece of information that I was trying to get out of this, but sure. We talked about all these things, right?
村の人たちは一体何を見たんでしょうね。
I want to find out about what they saw, but I guess we can maybe bring that up with them after we had that piece of dialogue with him.
いい噂しか聞きませんね。さあ。
I get a feeling that the rest of these are just gonna be like, whatever.
さあ。
Yeah, he just doesn't know or care.
そうそう。熊田先生がさっき血相を変えて電車でどこかへ行かれましたけど。
Okay, that's also different.
また何かあったんですか？
先生、村を出てどこに行ったんだろ
う。Good question, but I guess we better talk to the other people now. Again. By the other people I pretty much just mean this one guy. Yeah, but what did you actually see? Can you actually address this for me? Nope, you're just gonna repeat that.
怪しろ家は呪われとるだ。いろんな人の怨念で大きくなった家なんじゃからな。怪しろ家は
Apparently that's also the dead end for that particular topic. This guy. Bad things. Also, I don't like the Yashiro family. Have I made this clear enough yet? Okay, I don't think he's actually gonna tell me anything new now. At least he's the only one who says something specific about the talisman instead of just saying, what is a talisman? And I mean, we still don't know the significance behind the talisman ourselves, because apparently the whole reason that we have that as a topic at all is apparently that's something that we said that Amachi heard after we woke up from the cliff fall thing. Look, Panican went somewhere. I mean, can we go anywhere else right now? I saw the sign outside the clinic, but... Oh. Is the nurse in? The nurse that still isn't gonna get a name.
すいません。
今日は休診ですよ。あら、探偵さん？あいにくですけど、熊田先生はいらっしゃいません。何かずーっと考え込んでいたかと思うと、行き先も告げずに飛び出て行かれました。
Oh, that's inconvenient. Can you tell me about all of these things, though? While we're in this, this face-to-face conversation opportunity that we didn't have before. We also didn't really have the chance to look around this room. Hey, it's the same teddy bear that was in our office. I think might as well be.
健康診断についてのお知らせだった。動画が入ってる。誰の願いが成就したんだ。
Is that how that works? I don't actually know how that works, but
落とし物入れのようだ。中にはいろいろ入っている。
Toshimono, is that what that's supposed to say? I guess that's how we say lost and found. One of the very few things that I can actually make out is the writing that. Yes, here we go now, but
用心村のポスターだ。ようこそって書かれているけど、観光客はあまりいないような気がする。
that's evidently quite rare. About this shelf back here.
大きな棚にはファイルがぎっしり詰まっている。
Oh, just another generic background item. What about stuff on the desk? There's that, there's that. There's a poster. I don't think you would call this a poster, but yeah, I know this seems just like a better name for it, but
受付はちょうどいい室温に保たれているようだ。
what was that about the room temperature? Set perfectly by whom? By the weather? By God?
何をジロジロ見てるんですか。
Alrighty then, let's actually talk. Or we could show her the picture of Akira and see what she says.
わかりませんね。いろいろな噂がありますけど、正直言って悪い話ばかりですね。
Oh, what do you think about them? Nope, no further insight.
やだ、怖いって言うと思いました。
Okay.
私、そういうの平気なんです。
They make me have this triangle smile.
私、そういうの平気なんです。
Oh, I guess that was not the end of that sentence somehow.
珍しく深刻な様子だったんですが、急にどっかへ行っちゃったんですよ。一度飛び出したら鉄砲玉ですからね。あの年で。
So do we not have any way of finding out where he went?
私ではわかりませんね。
Doesn't know about Gino. Does he know about the
聞いたこ
talisman?
とがないですね。
I mean, you got a Daruma doll right behind you, so ostensibly you would know about some kind of tangential topic, maybe.
少年探偵って本当にいるんですね。びっくりだわ。
You're telling me. At the end of that topic, because it seems like... Oh, yeah, I guess that is the end of that topic.
珍しく深刻なよ。
Because it really seems like it would be the only thing that would be worth pursuing at this time. We could go back to the station and... talk to Clark again, I guess. Yeah, they were before. This has not changed.
見たんじゃ。わしゃ菊さんを見てしもうた。本当だで。わしもゆんべこの目で見た。あれは絶対菊さんじゃ。
I think about the only thing that we would probably be wanting to figure out at this point
様
is...
子が変なんですよ。ここで騒がれるのは困るんですけど。
Well, hello to you too again, but where the guy went. But I guess we can't talk to him about the doctor right now.
熊田先生がさっき血相を変えてどこかへ行かれましたけど、また何かあったんですか？
Well, that's the first thing that he told us before, so it's not really new information.
悪い噂じゃ。
But I do get the feeling that...
まさか本当に？
pretty much everything else that he can say is gonna be repeated from what he said earlier. No idea about Kazuto. No idea about Talisman, the Omamori. Oh, maybe this guy will actually have something different to say. No? I don't even know if I can expect that. Seems like at least that's exactly the same as I said before. We can go back to the clinic now, but we didn't really learn anything there that we can use, I don't think. I might as well just confirm it. If he doesn't see anything different now, I'm going to kind of assume that whatever it is that I'm supposed to be, I guess hunting for next is gonna be something at the clinic instead of over here. Yeah, this is different.
キクさんは墓から蘇って夜な夜なさまようとるのじゃ。墓を掘り起こせばはっきりするの。あんたからも住職にかけようてくれんか。
Okay, I guess we actually have something different to do now. If we can go back and talk to Genshin, because the last time that we saw him, we pretty much failed to get any information out of, or about Yuri out of him, even though we were specifically told to do that by the doctor.
Genshin-san, konnichiwa.
Oh, anta ka.
Well, let's ask about this first, clearly.
この前話したじゃろ。
Oh, you didn't really.
この前
Still being coy about that. This is once again a bit of a different perspective.
いい加減にせんか。墓に触るなと何度言わせるんじゃ。
Well, what if we don't touch the grave, but instead touch the shrine path?
いや、そんなはず。ここが参道に当たるのだろう。歩けるように整備されている。
Stone wall. That must be very important.
雑草は力強いな。
What about this grave? I get the feeling that touching any of, or trying to examine any of the graves will just get this guy mad at us, so... Is there anything else that we can do before we go for that? What if we examine him directly? Okay. It's a good thing that we didn't say that out loud. Okay, I guess for that one it's not implied that we're trying to gesture towards it or anything, so... Alright, let's get down to business here.
今度は綾代二郎さんが自殺してしまったようなんです。
Guess you didn't hear about it, even though it seems like anyone who died in the village would eventually end up here, so... Kinda hard to believe. Anything else to say about that?
すまんが今日はもう帰ってくれんか。
I'm afraid we have to... Wait, what? Is he actually kicking us out, or...? Well, he's trying to kick us out, but... We also have to talk about what the villagers supposedly saw. Because I guess we figured that if anyone would have more information about that, it would be this guy.
蘇ったキクさんの姿を見たと言って村は大騒ぎですが。
何バカを言っとるのじゃ。そんなバカなこと言っとらんで、あんたももう帰りなさいよ。キクさんが蘇ったなどバカなこと言っとらんで、あんたももう帰りなさいよ。
死んだ者が蘇るなどとんでもない伝説じゃ。そんなバカなこと言っとらんで、あんたももう帰りなさいよ。
元春さんなんだか変だな。
Is there anything we can do to maybe prod him a little bit?
すまんが今日はもう帰ってくれんか。
Maybe, maybe not.
死んだ者が蘇る。
Doesn't seem to want to talk anymore about the topics that we've already addressed.
この前話したじゃろう。
Or that one. Guess we haven't brought up Kazuto before.
元春さん、綾代和人という名前をご存知ですか？
その名をどこで？
綾代ゆりさんの弟だという人です。ご存知なんですね。
すまんが今日はもう帰ってくれんか。
He's being pretty transparent about him knowing stuff, but he still doesn't want to spill anything.
何のことじゃ？伝説に関係ある話か？そんなバカなこと言っとらんで、あんたももう帰りなさいよ。
元春さん、村の人たちが話していることなんですが。
すまんが今日はもう帰ってくれんか。
I mean, every single attempt so far to get him to say anything just seems to have ended in failure. We do a quick paranoia save right now. We continue on with any of these lines of speech, or I guess he just gotta be completely closed off to that. Sis. Let's say sis with different expressions, perhaps. Except for that one. Some of them are different clips, but yeah.
死んだ者がキクさんがよ。
Yeah, no matter what we try to talk to him about, it seems like we can't really get him to say anything more.
元春さんの様子がおかしかったような。
Okay.
前に会った時。
Was that the same clip both times? Yeah. It's acting weird that time and this time. Do we need to like remember that and then try to talk to him some more? He's the one who told us that legend in the first place. I don't really know what else I can possibly do right now to... And yet we can try to open these things. We needed to do that to like get him to respond and then start with him again. I'm not even sure. No, I mean, can we move from here? We can go to the clinic or to the station, but I don't even know if any of those places would result in me being able to get any new information either.
あなたまた来たんですか？熊田先生はまだ戻られていませんよ。
Well, clearly that means that you can fail to give me information somewhere as well.
少年探偵って本当にいる？
Sheesh. I mean, at least somebody said it, but
聞いたことがないですね。
at least it doesn't, or not at least anything. It's not particularly helpful, that's just
それはわかりませんね。
what came into my mind there.
珍しく深刻な様子だったんです。
Okay. Guess we don't really have any way of knowing where he went though.
私、そういうの平気なんです。
what about the previous thing?
伝説は伝説ですよ。本当に起こるわけないわ。まさかあなた探偵なのに信じているんですか？伝説は伝説。
Okay, so she talked to her about it again. She just says the first part of that.
いろいろな噂がありますけど。
No, nothing still, it seems. Can we take something? Take the doll?
まずはやるべきことをしないと。
Now we just tell ourselves off if we try to do this.
今はそんなことをしている場合じゃない。
Can we, steal something from the lost and found?
やめておこう。
Well, at least the possibility is there.
今はそんなことをしている場合じゃない。
Alright, why don't we go back and talk to the people in front of the station again? Presumably they're still there. Maybe they'll actually be able to tell me what they saw, cause... Yeah, the temple certainly isn't doing that. Maybe not, because it seems... No, I didn't want to talk to this guy again.
村の人たちの様子がへ？
I mean, it was this guy. Led me to try and talk to the guy at the graveyard, but...
怪しろきは呪われ。キクさんが蘇ったの。伝説は本当じゃった。
Grave? Well, I mean, check the grave, but...
あんた。
Literally try to go over there and do anything with the grave.
あんた。
That guy just gets mad at us, but... Still... Very, very unclear what any of these people saw that would lead them to say that legend is happening or what have you. We'll try going here one more time. Oh, it's a different intro or just a coincidence? Might just be a coincidence.
原神さん、こんにちは。
Hey, I left you alone, but now I'm back. What do you think about that?
すまんが今日は
Anything different to say to me at all right now?
キクさんがよ
Or maybe not.
死んだもん
They can't show him the picture of the other guy either, so...
この前
Not really sure what we ought to be doing right now, to be perfectly frank.
すまんが今日
I mean, this is pretty much the last place we were able to access, so... I'd like to imagine that it's to do with this place, but... Not too sure. Do we look to him now?
何か落ち着かない様子だな。
Hope you don't even get any reaction out of him, just say, hey, that doesn't feel alright. And we get him mad at us by trying to mess with the grave again.
もちろんそんなことは。
Wouldn't do anything like that, but also time to do that again.
もちろんそんなこと。
Not the same reaction as if we tried to examine it, just like look at it.
予算か調べたってもう血の跡などついてしまった。
え、血の跡？ギシさん、一体何の話です？
Okay, obviously. Is that a new topic now?
ギシさん、話してください。血の跡とは何のことですか？
It's the only topic.
実はこの間墓石を調べてみて気づいたんじゃ。墓石のてっぺんが動かされたようじゃと。
Wait a minute. Is that not attached to the rest of it?
おまけにそこには血のようなものがついとったんじゃ。ちょうど幹事さんとやらが殺される少し前じゃったし。これ以上騒ぎになってもいかんと思って黙っておったんじゃが、もちろん わしはキクさんが蘇ったなどとは思っとらんぞ。それだけじゃ。他には何も。
Right. So, I mean, I guess there's a possibility that that could have been the actual cause of death for what happened to Kanji, and yet he said that he didn't have any other visible injuries. I hate this portrait, I forgot about it. In the plot scene, there wasn't a disturbed tombstone. They said that there weren't any other visible injuries on his body. Yeah, that was like a recent revelation. That he didn't die from the knife, but there were also no other visible injuries on his body that he could have died from, so I don't know what's up with that, or if that relates to this. Can we talk some more? Can we be more talkative now, or...?
元志さん、失礼ですが、まだ何か隠していませんか？
え？あんたは何もかもお見通しということじゃな。実はこんなものが落ちとったんじゃ。
これは手鏡。かなり古いものですね。
裏を見てみなされ。
Okay. I don't think that this is something that registers to me, at least that's recognizable, but...
手鏡の裏には奇妙な絵が描かれていた。中央に皮脂の印が。そして向かって右に鳥、左にウサギ、上に馬、下はネズミの絵。
These are all Chinese zodiac animals, right? I think.
何のことでしょうか、これ。
さあのう、動物はそれぞれ方角を表しているようじゃが。
I mean, maybe you can tell me?
これは一体。
ここから崖に通じている坂の途中に落ちとったんじゃ。よく見てみ。
おや、怪し家の家紋がある。
Wait, where's that? Still leading to the cliff that we woke up in?
そうなんじゃ。こんなものが落ちてたと言ったら村人たちが何を言い出すやら。昨日も墓を暴いてみようという村人を叱りつけてやったところなんじゃ。
これ預からせてもらっていいでしょうか？
構わんとも。確かあんたは探偵じゃったな。何かの手がかりになればよいが。妙な隠し立てしてすまんかったの。
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be directly linked to anything that we've found so far, but... It was the word mirror, with an intricate illustration on it on the path near the temple, but... Wait, didn't it say the path near the cliff? In the memo, blah 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 blah. A bunch of pages about this particular topic, but I guess it hasn't been added to until just now. 12 cases missing. Hand mirror was found on the path leading from the temple to the cliff. Is that the cliff? It's not very clear, but... Rabbit on the right, bird on the left, right on top, horse on the bottom. I guess we have to have that in that page in the notebook because I can't examine the image or the object itself in our inventory.
あんたにいろいろと話したいのは山々なのじゃが、これからちょっと用事があるんじゃよ。後でまた来てくれんかの。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。
Alright. I mean, he said he needed to leave, but also he's still here. He's telling us to leave. Well, better go to the mansion. Guess right now I'm probably just gonna see if I can get to the end of this chapter, and that's probably where I'll call it for now.
おはようございます。どうぞ中へ。 疲れ様です。何かわかりましたか？
Yeah, a couple things, you might say.
それは、その手鏡は。
That hand mirror, it's become my head. I guess we can show this to people now, though. What do you know about this?
それは、その手鏡は。
Yeah, what about it? I mean, is it an actual topic now? What? Take. No, never mind. I don't want take, I want talk. It's clearly easy to mix those two up, though.
それは、菊様が愛用されていた手鏡で、茜が確かに棺の中に入れたものです。間違いありません。
Oh boy, somebody actually fucking with her burial site.
一体それはどこに？
神楽寺の源信さんが拾ったそうです。それをお借りしてきました。
では、もしや昨夜のあれは。
I heard last night was... What? You heard something last night? What could that have been? And also... I guess we just got that information added to our notebook here. She put the mirror in the... Or she was supposed to have put the mirror in the casket. But she... Well, she probably did, but it somehow ended up outside of it again. Probably assume it was buried with her, but for some reason it was discovered near the temple by priestmen. And more, can you tell us about this? And you also heard something else the previous night or so, he said.
私、ゆうべはご承知の通り早く休みました。うと玄関の方で物音がしまして目が覚めました。あずさ様かと思ってすぐに出たのですが、もう誰も。
信じられない話だが、この善蔵さんの怯え方はただごとじゃない。
Well, where are we going? To the front of the mansion?
善蔵さん、僕ちょっと出かけてきます。
どちらへ？
あまりにも不可解なことが起きてしまって、ちょっと外で頭を冷やしてきます。善蔵さんにも落ち着くための時間が必要ですよね。
お心遣いありがとうございます。では、お気をつけて。
Going not to the mansion in front, but to the cliff, because... Yeah, what now? I mean, why did we even come here? What did you say to the guy? Need a moment to cool off. And worry about the weird zombie story that I'm apparently a part of now. Can we take anything? Is there even anything here? I mean, there's some actual boats out in the distance. Even find the right hotspot for that.
漁船みたいだけど、何が取れるんだろう。船が見える。
Around the ocean and the boat. It's apparently the same description for both of them. Front of the cliff. I've been here many times, and every single time it feels like we don't really walk away with any new information. Except for one time, which is when it was just handed to us by one other person that was here. Yeah, we've seen so many of these things before, these descriptions. There's no point in staying here, and yet we came here in the first place for some reason. Do we go back to the apartment? I mean...
特に当てはないけど、天地さんに会いに行ってみよう。
I wonder what he'll be up to right now. Oh, is he actually going in himself? That's convenient.
天地さん、どこかにお出かけですか？
いや、君か。ちょうど出かけようとしていたんだ。
あ、そうなんですか。じゃあ僕もこれで。
いや、急いでるわけじゃないんだ。少し話をするくらいなら構わないよ。
いいんですか？
困ったことがあったんだろう。約束通り何でも相談してくれ。
ありがとうございます。
Alright. Again with his very conspicuous amicability. It's gonna turn out to be somebody. I can be about been suspicious of that from the beginning, but
お守りのことは分かったかい？
no, except that
誰も知らないって言うんです。
I mean, the one person who said that anything different about that topic was the guy that said, apparently it won't protect you from the Walking Dead person, so.
じゃあ、きっと君の個人的なことなんだろうね。まだ君の記憶が戻ることを心から祈ってるよ。
Well, oh, talk. I can talk to you about all of these things, but will we learn anything new or just like discuss?
力になりたいんだけど。
Still says that he doesn't know anything about them.
やっぱり僕にはわからないな。
More about that. It's actually kind of surprising because I thought that he pretty much had something to say about everything that we told him before. Like, these two things were topics, but.
僕の記憶戻るんでしょうか？
大丈夫さ。少しずつだけど戻ってはきているんだろ。
Well, maybe not so much by your own volition, though.
君の記憶がすっかり戻れば僕だって嬉しいよ。事件も大変だろうけど自分のことをおろそかにしないようにね。君の記憶が戻ることを心から祈ってるよ。
I'm sure he's told us that exact same thing before as well.
僕は確かにお守りって言ったんですか？
うん。君は確かにお守りと言っていたよ。聞き間違いじゃないと思うな。
Well, anything else to say about that? What about this?
ちょうどよかったよ。僕も出かける前に君に会っておきたいと思っていたんだ。実は仕事の都合でしばらく留守にするんだ。
そうなんですか。
まあ僕がいてもいなくても君にはあまり関係ないだろうけど、訪ねてきてもらって留守なのも申し訳なくて伝えておきたかったんだ。
そんな天地さんにはお世話になってばかりでありがとうございます。
おっと、そろそろ出かけないと。いいかな？
はい、お邪魔してしまってすみませんでした。失礼します。
戻ったらまた会おう。
Alright.
そっか。天地さんはしばらくいなくなるんだ。
Very informative. I mean, just look at it. Oh, we actually have a chance to look at the hallway out here. That would be a first here. Yeah, there's like how many of these fucking floors in this building apparently? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hold on, it's probably easier to count if this thing is out of the way. 4, 5, 6. There's like at least 11 floors according to these lights. And yet, this is supposed to be also within the vicinity of the village. That's like the most confusing part of this whole layout question to me, this apartment building that this guy apparently lives in. So he went out. Did we even learn anything from that conversation? Oh, he pretty much only told us that he was gonna be away for a while. So it's gonna be even less helpful. It's the elevator. I mean, there's gotta be stairs, right? You can't really have a building with an elevator and no stairs. That would be up to code. Does the sun hit any spot in this hallway? It's kinda hard to tell, but... Who knows? What about the cleaning lady, property manager? Can we talk to her?
天地さんは出かけてしまった。
Can we call her? No, I guess we just have to get out of here now. Go back to the cliff top again, even though I guess this is ostensibly gonna be even less useful now that that guy's not gonna be around. Station, the temple. I guess the guy at the temple said that he was gonna leave those, so hope that he's still here.
ゲシンさん、こんにちは。
おお、来たかね。これからはできる限り協力させてもらうからの。
ありがとうございます。
So is she actually gonna tell us more things now, or well, we got plenty to ask him about, like the hand mirror. The hand mirror, even though he's the one who gave us that in the first place.
この手鏡はキクさんの棺の中に入れたものだと聞きましたが。
おお、そういえば確かにわしも茜が菊さんの懐に入れたのを覚えたる。あんなところに落ちとるはずなど。
Okay, so she put it in her pocket, so there's no reason for it to be just hanging out on the ground.
確かにわしも茜が菊さんの懐に入れたのを覚えた。
Okay. Well, what about the rest of the stuff? So just...
村人たちが勝手に墓を暴くのではないかとヒヤヒヤ。菊さんの眠りを妨げるなど、それこそ恨まれることがわからんのか。
Well, speaking of that, do we know what they actually saw? Because they apparently, that's what we were trying to find out before. The villagers apparently saw something, and that's what has them super spooked.
今度は綾代二郎さんが自殺してしまったんです。
Yeah, there's this as well.
そうか。綾代家はまるで死神にでも見られたようじゃ。
Is that what we have to say?
綾代家はまるで死神にでも見られたようじゃ。
I guess so.
菊さんは旦那が亡くなってからいろいろと苦労なさったんじゃ。旦那が犯した過ちを一人で背負って生きてきた人なんじゃよ。伝説は伝説じゃ。わしは菊さんが蘇ったなどとは思っておらん。
But that sounds like the same thing that the nurse said. I don't know what the sense of her husband would have supposedly been, but okay. Maybe this will yield something, but might as well keep going in order here.
ああ、綾代商人の顧問弁護士じゃな。菊さんも信頼しておったようじゃ。
I'm surprised that he knew about that guy, since apparently most of the people in the town don't even know who that is. But...
ユリは村へ戻ってくるじゃろうか。真の強い娘じゃったから、今さらのこのこ戻るとは思えんが。
源信さん、綾代和人さんについて教えてもらえませんか。
和人か。確かにユリには和人という弟がおった。しかし今はどこにおるのやら。わしも全く知らんのじゃ。
やっぱり和人さんのことはユキコさんに聞くしかないのかな。
キクさんも和人のことは悔やんでおったな。
キクさんも悔やんでいた。
Yeah, it's kind of a contradiction to what we were told about the relation before. We talk some more about that.
ユリには和人という弟がおった。
No, wait, not that.
伝説。
キクさんが和人さんたち親子を追い出してしまったそうですが。
Oh, I didn't hear about the dude's actual mother being at the house with them, but I guess he must have been. She must have been.
確かにな。じゃが、キクさんはそのことを心から悔やんでおった。自分はどうかしておったとな。
Anything else on that topic?
キクさんは和人。
Guess not.
ユリには
What else can you tell me about Omamori? You may know something.
はて何のことじゃろう。
Nope, apparently the guy who's specifically looking after our temple doesn't know about that.
確かにわしも
Okay, we heard that before. What about what you know?
勝手に墓を暴くなどもってのほかじゃ。
Yes, we did manage to get some new information at least.
なんじゃ。
Can we look at the grave some more? I guess the reason that he was getting very angry about us, or at us for trying to examine the grave before, was because he was hiding the blood stain, but I get the feeling that he'll still end up doing that if we hit this thing with the open command.
それはならん。墓を暴くなどもってのほかじゃ。
でもあの手鏡は確かにキクさんと一緒に埋めたってさっき原神さんも言ったじゃないですか。おかしいと思いませんか。
確かに。いや、やはりそれだけはできん相談なんじゃ。
Well then what is? It's not very clear what it's gonna have to come to here. But I guess that might actually end up happening at some point. Still can't remember anything. Can't talk about the grave specifically after that exchange, but I mean, we can get him to say that again. I don't think that changes anything. We can change position, because I don't know that we would be able to do anything else at that place at that time.
キクさんの手鏡が落ちてたなんて知ったら
Boy.
変なことになるだろうな。まだ村の人たちが集まっている。
Are we gonna make them go crazy by showing them the mirror? Let me make a paranoia save before I even do anything now. And shall we try just causing a shitstorm here?
わしらは見たんじゃ。見間違いなんかじゃねえだ。あんたもうやめなされ。綾代家に関わるのはまだお若いのに。綾代家は呪われとるだ。たくさんの人の恨みつらみで大きくなった家じゃから。あんたも聞いたことがあるじゃろう。綾代家のせいで自殺した家族の話を。
I think I did, but it must have been a long time ago. I don't remember the details. But I guess that's all she's going to say. Just do it immediately, might as well.
この手鏡なんですが。
Check it out.
それは綾代家の紋章。するとその手鏡はきっとキクさんのものじゃ。恐ろしや。
What else did she say then? Scream there.
一斉に逃げてしまった。
At least they're not loitering at the station
あな
anymore.
たは逃げないんですね。
仕方ないでしょ。仕事中だもの。私だって怖いですよ。と
Well, now what? I can show this to you as well.
やめてくださいよ。こっちの身にもなってください。
Alright. Are you gonna talk to me about anything now, or you're still gonna be distant? No. Okay, if you just tell me the same for that and the same for this, I'm going to assume that...
何か気がついたことはありますか。
Okay, this is different.
ありませんよ。むしろ何も目や耳に入らないようにしたいです。みんな好き勝手に恐ろしい噂を話していますが、一人でここで夜まで立ってなきゃならない身にもなってほしいものです。と。
Doesn't really change much though, does it? We can't move to any new locations after that. You have anything new to say about any other topics?
みんな好き勝手に恐ろしい噂を話していますが、 と。さあ、村の人に聞いてくださいよ。
Oh, they're not here anymore, so that's out.
いい噂しか聞きませんね。
I hear about bad rumors about the family, but also good rumors about Yuri. Okay.
みんなは一体、やっぱり本当に。
Still don't know what the people saw. It's just like a very hazy thing.
キクさんのことを話すのも恐ろしいって顔だ。
Can we remember something based after the people running away? I guess not. That somehow have driven them to go to the temple and try and do something with the grave. Surely not.
ゲシュさん、こんにちは。
おお、あんたかね。なんぞ聞きたいことでもあるのか。
Well, you see.
勝手に。伝説。
That doesn't seem like he's saying anything different, actually.
キクさんは。
Well, we might as well look at the notepad and see if there's anything to update there. Yeah, but he's gonna be out of town, we know that much. Currently away on business. I wonder if that's gonna change. That's like a permanent state until the end of the game. We heard a sound by the entrance after Jiro's suicide, but nobody was there. Can Mirror regretted forcing out Kazuto's family, or so we are told. Goodness, which is a little bit different from what we had heard before. Not that we had heard anything before in great detail or anything, but... What? What do you mean unexplainable? It just seems very, unnecessarily vague. Who wants all these bicycles anyway?
通勤や通学で駅を利用している人がいるのか。明神駅。
The rundown building. The park is just cleaning up now, I guess. There's no nearby people anymore.
村の人たちはみんな逃げてしまった。
We can actually look at some things, I guess, now that they left. Is there something left in the bus stop?
バス停だ。待合所にはいろいろな張り紙が張り出されている。
Well, apparently just, whatever this thing is, it's like some kind of ticket machine, and that was actually like resting on the bench, but I guess it's not. It's got like its own stand thing.
遠くに山が。
It looks like pretty much everything else is just like stuff that we've already looked at. We will never find out what that shit is for. A little lost here. We've seen this, we've seen that, we've seen everything. I guess we can try to talk to the man one more time.
ああ、探偵さん。今度は何のご用です？
We already talked to him, actually, didn't we? Yeah. We can try showing him the mirror, but it's just gonna be the same thing, I expect. All the others aren't here anymore.
やめてくださいよ。
Let me check something, because I don't remember if I've done this before, but what if I change the music at this time? Sounds a bit more oppressive with the Famicom sounds. Bit harder to ignore, you might say. Isn't anything else that I actually want to move here? Is there? No. But let me see. Oh, damn it. No, I actually didn't want to go back to the temple for once. I wanted to actually go back to the cliff, because it seems like that might actually be the only place that we haven't fully exhausted stuff in at this time. But We can't really do anything else right now. Here, can we? Can only look around, but we've looked around at this place many times.
ここから4、5メートル。
We'll take some ground with us. Take some of the ocean with us. We can surely do that. Take some boats. Sure you can. It's just because they're far away, you can pretend that they're small and close your hand around them, and there you go.
寂しげな波の音だけが聞こえてくる。
Thank you. Okay, are we supposed to go back to the... Is there anyone to call here? Yukiko, are you here? Eikichi, are you here? It's no use. Can we go to the temple, and are we supposed to like try to open the grave again after all the villagers are spooked? Can't show him the mirror directly, but... Still won't let us do that, like, right off the bat.
勝手なことをしない方。これは飽きられない。
Do we examine this again after we try to open it?
特に変わったところはないな。
Sure. Isn't there like any other finer point of this grave that we could maybe look at after we learn everything that this guy said? Looks like that's a probably no. Stone wall, I don't even know. I'm a little lost right now, to say the least. Can try to open the stone wall, that'll surely be a lot more successful than what we tried to do before. The grave. The grave in front, which we tried many times before. I'm trying to think that I can maybe talk to him about now that I can't open this, I'll say. Anything that we can talk to him about now that will change his opinion on that? Might as well just give this a try, because I evidently no other options here. Densetsu, whatever that is actually phrased as. The lawyer.
ゆりさんとカズトさんは、とても仲が良かったと聞いていますが。
そうじゃ。ユリがおったら、あの親子が屋敷を出ることもなかったかもしれん。あの親子が綾代家を出たのは、ユリが屋敷を出た翌年ぐらいのことじゃった。まだ14、15の息子を連れたあの母親は、さぞ苦労したことじゃろう。
Okay. You have to just like keep talking about all these things.
ユリとカズとはそう。あの親子はキクさんを恨んどったかもしれん。無理もない話じゃが。
They have come back and done something. Is that the implication there, perhaps?
お守り。確かにわしも。
Well, let me try all the other topics just to see if anything else triggers based on that.
Oh.
Could do with Yuri, with Kazuto, with Kiku, with Densetsu. Apparently he doesn't want to talk about anything else right now. Oh.
No, it's
always the last place you look, it seems. The other family that would have that would have a grudge against them, well, I guess the ones that they were supposedly responsible for driving to suicide, even though would they even be around anymore because of that?
キクさんはもう十分に旦那の罪滅ぼしをしたはずじゃ。まだ恨んどる者がおるとすれば、キクさんも浮かばれんことじゃのう。わしが知っていることはこんなもんじゃ。
ありがとうございました。
Okay, I guess that's actually the end of that, but that still isn't gonna lead to us being able to do anything with the grave. Can we actually find something different if we go to a different location now? Not right off the bat from here. Oh, we can't go back to the temple anymore, so this guy's here now.
あなたは平吉さんでしたね。
おや、またあんたか。さては、あのべっぴんさんに会おうと思うてきたな。残念じゃが、今日はまだ来とらんぞ。
まだ来てない。逆に言えば来るかも。
Well, I mean, she would probably, if she actually knows Kazuto, the same one that we've been asking about, she would probably be able to give us some information.
昔聞いたような名前じゃが。なんじゃそれ。わしは知らん。
今日、ユキコさんはまだここに来ていないんですね。
そうじゃが。ほう。あん人はユキコっちゅうんか。綺麗な名前じゃ。あの娘さんに会いたいんじゃろう。彼女のことでわしはいいことに気づいたんじゃぞ。
いいこと？
Really? What would that be? Wanna talk about it more?
それはの秘密じゃ。
Oh, gee, thanks. You wanna talk about it even more?
秘密じゃ。ははは。なんて言わないで教えてくださいよ、平吉さん。
Fuck's that voice? Oh.
何度聞いても秘密じゃ。
Can we just have an eternal repetition of that exchange?
何度聞いても。
Well, at least the second part of that, he still nods his head even though he's not actually laughing.
何度聞いても。
But if we show you something like the hand mirror, will you be interested in that?
この男前はなんじゃ、わしじゃないか。
Is that all you have to say? What about this guy's picture?
なんじゃそれ。わしは知らん。
Like an unusually calm reaction to this item.
何度見ても男前じゃの。
Anything else?
昔。
The same thing you said before.
なんじゃそれ。
Doesn't know, and he's still gonna be coy about this, I expect.
何度。
Can I remember myself by my own power? No, I cannot. Can I call or engage somebody like her?
平吉さん以外に人影はない。呼んでも返事はないだろう。
Well, we could at least try it. Just doesn't seem like you really have a lot of options here.
平吉さん以外。
Well, he's right here at least.
目の前におるではないか。
Spooky. Can we go out to the station? I don't know that we would even have any reason for going out to the station right now. Are there any options whatsoever that we might have missed?
おや、またあんたか。あのべっぴんさんならまだ来とらんぞ。
Any options we might have missed with this? Like, what if, how would we look at the far end of the cliff at this point?
下の海面まで20。
Because anything that we do at this point will not result in this guy having a reaction, though.
暗みそうな絶壁。静かな海だ。
if I try to take him?
Nanjai?
What indeed? I don't even know I have the take option. It doesn't seem to relate to anything. But, yeah. I guess we pretty much have exhausted what we can do here after all.
Nando.
I guess we have to come back here and maybe talk to this dude one more time.
Ah, 探偵さん。
Don't have anything else to say about any of these subjects. Or he's gonna be a dead end yet again.
キクさんのことを話す。
みんなはいやっぱり本当にいい噂。さあ、村の人に聞いてくださいよ。さあ、みんな好き勝手に恐ろしいと。
Okay, so dialogue doesn't result in anything. There's this thing yet again.
やめてくれ。
I don't even know if giving this to the villagers accomplished anything, but...
みんなに聞いてくださいよ。
We can remember now, surely. No. It's not the right time.
顔には自信があります。
Well, that's good to know. Guess we didn't actually get the message before, so there's at least that. But what? But I still can't figure out what I'm supposed to do. Here or there. I mean, I at least managed to figure out what to do at the temple, but can I do anything else?
おや、またあんたか。
Anything like that over here?
平吉さん以外に人。
Trying to do this multiple times doesn't seem to result in anything.
平吉さん。
目の前に。
This also seems to yield the same result. Talk about these things again. Even try each one a couple times, just to make sure that nothing is changing.
なんじゃなんじゃそれ。何度聞い何度
But it doesn't seem to be changing anything though.
何度何度なんじゃ
Let me take something from the under the cliff. No, but apparently it's still gonna give me that weird confirmation sound that... Well, confirmation sounding sound that apparently triggers every single time that we interact with something, no matter what it is. Can't take the right side, I can't take the ocean. I can't take the sky, I can't take the edge of the cliff either. What is the point of being here? If I can't just pick up this entire chunk of land and take it with me. Can look at him, I guess. Maybe that'll trigger something different. Have we tried that before? But what? Oh, I guess we didn't do that before, but that still didn't trigger something different. Well, that triggers something different. I'll just that with a different expression from him, I guess. Anything that we can, any part of this that we can look at and not have a hotspot in front of it, actually. Guess not. I feel like this screen is a bit unique in that regard, actually. She's not here, but what if we call out to her?
とユキコさん、近くにいるんじゃないですか。
I guess that's what you're supposed to do, Jesus Christ.
ユキコさん。
呼べど叫べど彼女はおらん。
Well, what if we try that again, though?
ユキコさん。
なかなかしぶとい男じゃのう。努力に免じてわしの秘密を教えてやる。
Well, we don't really have a choice in the matter, that helps.
というと思うたら大間違いじゃ。うひょひょひょ。人に物を聞くときは気分よくさせるもんじゃぞ。
Is that right? Well, supposed to look at him now?
人の良さそうな老人に見えるけど。
Maybe that's our thoughts. We talk about something different now, perhaps.
昔
Will that actually trigger the, whatever it is we're supposed to do next? Say next.
何度
Well, whatever it is we need to do, it is evidently not these two options. Can we call him directly?
男前の平気さん。
お、なかなか正直なやつ。仕方ない。教えてやるか。あの娘さんがここへ来るのはだいたい5時くらいじゃから、その頃に来れば多分会えるぞ。
It's very specific.
ありがとうございます。
Alright.
重要な情報が手に入った。5時頃ここに来てみよう。
Alright, off to anywhere else for 5 hours? I don't even know what time it's supposed to be in the present. Guess we're just gonna hang out and lounge at the mansion until that time comes. We don't have anything else to do, clearly.
どうしたんですか？
ユリ様の幼馴染のご婦人がお見えです。
Oh, really?
本当ですか？わかりました。すぐ会います。
それではこちらにどうぞ。
I mean, claiming, but he wasn't able to give confirmation, so we don't know if that's the truth or not.
探偵の方がお戻りになりました。
お待たせしてしまい申し訳ありません。宇津木探偵事務所の者です。
はじめまして、大西勝子と申します。ゆりのご実家が今大変なことになっていることを知り、先ほどご連絡を差し上げた際に善蔵さんからあなたのことを伺いました。少しでも何かのお役に立てればと思い、取るものもとりあえず参りました。
ありがとうございます。
How convenient, but this also echoes a certain scene that's present in the second of these games. This one. What do we got? Yes, this must be her, Katsukawa Nishi. First childhood friend, and we also registered her. She shows up at 5 PM. Kazuto. Left. When he must have been one of those two ages, I guess. So 1 year after Yuri left, but... How much older was she than him? It's not very clear. However, whatever. Let's just get to it.
こちらへはよく遊びに伺ったものです。そのお宅がご不幸続きだと知り、とても心が痛みます。
ゆりさんについて。
ゆりとは小さい頃から親しくしておりましたが、彼女は私に何の相談もなく、こちらのきっと私に心配をかけまいとしたのでしょう。ゆりらしいです。その後間もなくしてゆりから1枚のハガキが届きました。
ゆり様からハガキが。
Does that mean we can know where she is?
いえ、すみません。
Well, let's go through all these other topics first, I guess.
カズトさんはゆりを心から慕っていました。ゆりもカズトさんのことをまるで本当の弟のように可愛がっていましたね。 お守りですか？何のことかわかりかねますが。
It seems like an odd subject to just insert into the conversation, isn't it? But what do you know, anyhow? Oh, no response.
そのハガキをお借りできませんか？
今手元にございませんので、後日お届けいたします。その代わりこれをお持ちしました。
大西さんは古びた写真を差し出した。とても
当時のユリの写真です。お持ちください。
Does that mean that we can ask about her now better?
ありがとうございます。お預かりします。
Even though it seems like everyone in the village already knew about her. Let's show her the picture that we just got.
当時のユリの写真です。お持ちください。
Alright. Anything else we can talk about, possibly? Will this produce a response? No, no. We go someplace else and... talk to that guy about Yuri. I don't think that was even a subject that we could bring up with him before.
はがきは今手元にございませんので、後日こちらにお届けいたします。
I guess we can probably try that. What about the hand mirror? Have you seen this?
ごめんなさい。何のことか。
What about the picture of this delinquent?
知らない方ですね。
Now, it would actually be kind of expected maybe for you to actually know him, since he was also, I guess, more or less the same age and also part of the family, or maybe, no, I think he would be a bit younger actually, never mind.
では失礼します。
It's a little hard to keep track of all these things.
僕の記憶はまだ不完全なのだろうか。お守りの意味もわからないし、まだダメみたいだ。
Oh, isn't anybody else here anymore? We apparently cannot just remember at will. Go to the station and we can maybe... I mean, this guy is apparently still the only guy here.
ああ、探偵さん。
Well, as it happens, we have a slightly different thing to confront you with this time.
いやー、綺麗な人ですね。これが何か？
この人が綾代ゆりさんなんですが、何か気がついたことはありませんか？
あれ？この人がゆりさんなんですか？
I mean, is he gonna say anything different now?
いい噂しか聞きませんね。
Apparently not. Apparently that was a bit of a red herring.
みんな好き勝手と。
Doesn't say anything about Yuri, about stuff in general, or about the family that's different. So, what was with that?
いや。
Right, that was kinda pointless, it seems. We have to get more out of the... no?
大西様がお待ちです。今へどうぞ。
No, maybe we do have to get more out of this person before we can move on. We redo the topics, might as well try that.
こちらへはよく遊びに伺ったものです。はがきをもらった当時、ユリは八塚町という町に住んでいたようです。
Wait, so you didn't mention that before? Why?
苦労もあったようですが、駆け落ちした方と幸せに暮らしていたようで、私も喜んでいました。
八塚町、そこにゆりさんがいるのか。
Did she move after that
私からお話しで
ascent?
きることはこのくらいですが、お役に立ちますでしょうか。
はい、ご協力ありがとうございました。
いえ、私もユリのことはいつも気にかけておりましたので、今も幸せに暮らしていると良いのですが。
So can we go to wherever Yatsuka is now, or is that not an option? What even is that?
はがきをもらった当時、
Okay, so we did hear about this before.
カズトさんは
And we heard about pretty much everything else before as well. I expect that. Which pretty much the only thing that, for some reason, yielded more information, even though there was no clear indication that it would have. But
いえ、ユリがこちらの家を出てからは一度も会っておりませんので。
well, I actually didn't see anything about this when I chose this topic before, so at least now she says something. So where is Yatsuka? Can we get to Yatsuka by way of the cliff top? Maybe if we swim.
僕の記憶はお守りの意味もわからん。
Still don't know anything about the Omamori. Go to the station? Can we talk to the station clerk about Yatsuka? Does he know how to get to Yatsuka? Well, it doesn't seem to be an option at any rate. What was the last thing that got added to the notebook here? Move to Yatsuka after looking, and we still don't know where that is, apparently. Got a postcard, made a promise to bring it at a later date. But what are we supposed to be doing now? I thought that she said that we had already exhausted all of the... Well, apparently not. All of the dialogue from this encounter, but... perhaps not. Doesn't respond to any of the stuff that I can show her any more than she did before. Can we look at her and elicit a response? We talk to him? Can we even do that? Oh, I guess we can.
早速、八塚町に行ってください。手がかりがきっとございます。
すぐにでも行きたいけど、その前にユキコさんに会ってカズトさんのことを聞かなければ。
So what? Do we go to the cliff top instead? Are we gonna wait until 5 p.m.?
失礼します。
Is it automatically gonna be 5 p.m. this time when we go over there? Nope.
お守りの意味もわからん。
Okay, so he literally just said we're supposed to go to the cliff top first so we can meet this person. But he's still not choosing to wait until the right time for that.
はい、ご用でしょうか。
Oh, can we actually talk to him directly?
今までお話した。
I have a feeling he's not really gonna have much to say though, but might as well.
早速、八塚町に行ってください。手がかりがきっとございます。どこに行ってしまわれたのやら。やはり何のことやら見当もつきません。ユリ様からハガキが。
Well, you shouldn't be asking me that. I'm not the one who actually has it.
特にありませんが。
Can I show you this stuff as well?
おお、ユリ様。懐かしゅうございます。はあ、やはり何度見ても菊様の手鏡です。前にお話したことぐらいで。
Shall we travel somewhere? I mean, we can travel to the cliff top again, but still have no real idea of. No real idea of whether that's gonna trigger anything at this point because. Yeah. Is that what we were supposed to do? Yes, she is. So can we go there at 5 p.m.? Can we just like please trigger that this time?
では、失礼します。
Or is that gonna be a still no? It's apparently a still no. I mean, do we just hang around until 5 p.m. now? No. What am I doing wrong here?
お帰りなさいませ。
How do I set an alarm? Can I take the phone? Can I call the lawyer's office again? I don't think that's really gonna result in anything, but it is the only number we know, so... Guys, still not in the office. What a surprise. Yeah, but can we let anyone other than ourselves know that? Look at the picture of the cliff. It's actually gonna trigger something this time. I'm pretty sure, yeah, all of her dialogue is exhausted. Yes, I'm pretty sure we know which cliff it is as well. Maybe talk to him and then examine him. I don't think that'll really trigger anything, but we have him selected and then remember. Is there anything new in the notepad that we've learned over the, like, since the last time that we looked at this? It doesn't look like there is. What am I to do? I'm not quite sure. I can take the phone, which doesn't result in anything. I can talk about everything again. Still not gonna be enough to... Yes, I want to go to Yatsuka, but for some stupid reason I can't trigger the next scene. I don't have any information regarding what's her face, the woman that shows up at the cliff, do we? That we can use to trigger anything more with the... Hold on a moment. I mean, apparently I can keep hanging around this, and yeah. I can't remember anything here, I guess. Something that I can do just to see if it does anything, because I am willing to try anything at this point is go back to the station. Maybe there's a way for me to realize what the time is there. Oh. Is there a clock anywhere around here? Color engage nearby people. Is there a clock inside the bus stop? Is there some kind of internal clock on that truck? Everything's inexplicable, that's what we know. Yeah, looking at here makes me remember that I need to be somewhere at 5 PM, but I don't know how to make it 5 PM so I can be there at that time. Well, let me see. Let me try going to the lift up again. It surely isn't already 5 PM and I don't realize it. Yeah, that's a time, so... How can I make it be that time? Do I look around? Want to be a suicide spot? I can remember. And I can travel to the mansion yet again, but... Apparently this isn't even killing time. Please follow me, he just leads me back to the living room, I guess, but... Yeah, it sounds like she's done talking to me, so... But remember the thing about the cliff. Show her the picture again now that we've remembered that. Okay, this might be like my surrender point, because I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing right now. I could try to figure it out later. I think I just about hit the point where I would, this is definitely past the point where I thought that I would be awake today. Probably. Learned so much about Yatsuka. But we still can't figure out how to do something as simple as just wait. Can we just look outside? Will that remind us of the time? Is there anything at all in the room that we can look at to remind us of the time? Probably not. Tried all this before, we've tried this as well. Or both of them. Yeah, I feel like this just might be my surrender point. And just in case, I'm gonna make a quick investigation, but not here, but in the first thing that I used, but in this one instead. Because of a slight, something that, a certain circumstance that has me slightly paranoid. Hopefully this is not a problem, but yeah. I believe that this is actually gonna have to be the point of, oh, whoops, didn't mean for that to drop, but it's gonna have to be the point where I surrender for the time being. I'll have to figure out which of these crafty dialogue options I actually have to click on next to actually get whatever the next scene is to play out how it's supposed to, which I don't really understand why it hasn't. It's like one thing, like it's really obvious what we're supposed to do, but I just can't figure out how to signal to the game that it's got to do it, so I'll have to figure that out in time. And by in time, I mean probably right after I end this off, but for now it's time for me to go ahead and get this the thing so that I can start up the playlist one more time and probably mellow things out with this crosscode track that I had before, maybe the next one. Which is yet another mellow track from Crosscode already, though. It's like all of the mellow tracks from Crosscode are getting put at the forefront of this randomized playlist. But with this to play us out, I'm gonna go ahead and head over to the thanks for watching section and say that next week I will be returning to Famicom Detective Club Part 1, the Switch version, and depending on how much more is left of it, potentially finishing the game, but I'm not sure. I mean, based on how long the first, or the second game I mean, was, I'd like to imagine that it's not too far off now. I'm not too sure. Okay, this thing is visible. That's good. But what I could do right now, if you would stick around for just a moment longer, well actually I'm not too sure if I can even do anything right now. I'll just end things off for the time being. After all... Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, it might try to be a better option right now after all, never mind. Is there anything that I need to mess with here? Probably not. But yeah, probably good idea for me to go ahead and just say I'm ending things off for the time being, and I will say, yeah, like I said, just a few moments ago, I will be continuing and probably finishing. Oh, the song is about to change, by the way. This is still a chill song, though. It's got a little bit more energy to it this time. I will be continuing and probably finishing the first part of Famicom Detective Club next week. Next Monday, if I'm able to stream then, which should hopefully not be a problem. And as for right now, though, I will be doing some more Chrono Trigger tomorrow if all goes well. And later in the week I will be continuing that, as well as continuing Higurashi, however that's expected to go. I suppose we will find out. But yeah, tomorrow is Chrono Trigger, so with that in mind, I will now say y'all take it easy. I thank everybody for coming like always. Thanks for chatting, always great whenever people chat, and for some reason this window is overhearing a bit, even though I thought I moved it. Okay. But all that having been said, I will now simply say that I will see you later.